No, I'm not saying that you did. It's just I'm not talking about anything that you said, Lenadare. I'm just simply talking about how conflicted I am about the word. You are absolutely okay. Okay, you are absolutely fine. If you would like a dwarf chat, say pick me because we just got a migrant wave right when I ended the stream yesterday. And then we'll do a fort tour. So we're going to read a bunch of dwarves' names and then we'll do a fort tour. I need to drink some liquid. We're just going in order. Gonna tank. This also goes for YouTube chat. If you guys would like a dwarf, say pick me. Gonna tank here. Never feels lustful passions and almost never feels discouraged. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and likes to take it easy. Often acts with compassion and doesn't handle stress well. Tends to not reveal personal information and is quick to anger. Prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that the time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste and does not care about fairness. She likes gypsum plaster and sterling silver. Has 2 lovers and a husband who isn't here yet. You're going to be married. Congrats. And a cousin who also isn't here yet. And, wait. Errol... Okay, I thought that they both had the same name. They're just both fishery workers. Phoenix, who's my militia commander, is already here. And your cousin Bloodbjorn is also here. I have the hiccups now because I drank too much coffee. All right, welcome to the fort. Right after you is... a child. This child is 404. Did you have a dwarf or am I crazy? Let me double check. I either like just missed naming you or didn't, or already named you. Nope, you did not. Okay, 404. I think I just named you in the other fort the other day, so I'm just like stuck in that. You are 5 years old. Your dad is almost. He's almost here as well. And Nish is your younger brother. You don't worship any gods. You are non-religious and is confident under pressure. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. And he tends to be passive in discussions. He likes to take it easy, and he often feels envious of others. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is slow to trust others. He could be considered rude, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He talks to himself when he's nervous, and he often greets others with a hug. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering his skill, and personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship, and values artwork and values independence. Not all dwarves enjoy mastering skills. Hair is extremely long, and he has a clear voice. Welcome to the fort. Next up here, we have Lykot, who, oh boy. This is a big migrant wave. All of these names that are not named yet, these are going to show up in this migrant wave. Like, this is an entire extended family. We got mom, we got grandma, we got auntie, we got uncle, we got... Cousin. Oh boy, this is gonna be a big migrant wave. They're bringing the entire extended family. Okay, well, all y'all are getting names, friends. What needs to be done to get a dwarf named after you? Say pick me, and then I'm just kind of flipping back and forth between the chats. Basically, put your hand up if you would like a dwarf. This can be twist off. Dwarf clan takeover. Basically, y'all get to be a huge family. Why am I saying y'all so much today? I think I'm tired. Anyway, she is somewhat scatterbrained and rarely feels discouraged. Is brave in the face of imminent danger. That's not safe. She often finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she often acts with compassion. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to think before acting, and she can handle stress. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is 11 years old and has a lot of family members that are coming into the fortress. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and laughs loudly when she's excited. She personally deeply respects competition and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. And dreams of merrymaking and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and sees merrymaking as waste. From the fort. Let's go with Devildawn next. Devildawn is 14. You're about to become an adult. You're almost useful. Twistoff is your younger sister. And I haven't named any of your siblings yet. You do have some cousins. This is good, though. It means that dwarves aren't going to be upset about not seeing family. Feeling a bit Texan today? I think I'm just I'm still like sleep deprived, but also I slept well last night, so I'm catching up on sleep. So I'm very hyperactive and awake, and my pills kicked in the last 90 seconds, I think. So, you know. Also, we just got an adventure mode release date, so there's... Wonder if DF will ever implement family surname tracking. You mean giving them all the same surnames? That's not how Dwarven naming works. Tarn's talked about this quite a bit. It's like, one, hard to implement, but would also limit the number of surnames they could have. I like this system, personally. I think humans should have human-like surnames. I don't think dwarves should ever have human-like surnames. I would really like to have family surnames for humans, but for me, I personally think that dwarves should just have their own weird dwarf names, if that makes sense. Anyway, he is a perfectionist and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. Likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he enjoys the company of others. He has a greedy streak, and he has an active sense of humor. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he speaks deliberately when he's annoyed, and when he's trying to remember something, he often starts chewing his lips. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Grab another one from the Twitch chat. So this will be... Oh, I just realized I completely missed Cold-Blooded. Because you didn't say pick me, you said you pick me. Okay, fine. Cold-Blooded. There you go. Sorry about that. Cold-Blooded is leisurely. Also 15. These are all about to be peasants, so... I'm really curious, is Grandma a legendary lie maker? Because that's something. He is utterly languid pace of easy living, calm and slow. He likes to brawl, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he tends to be passive in discussions, generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy. And he is disturbed by this, as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He is quite ambitious, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. And he is quite ambitious, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. That's where I was, and that's where I got lost. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he has a sense of duty. He is quick to anger, and he gnaws his cheek when he's annoyed, and he taps his feet when he's annoyed, and he laughs loudly when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, respects the law and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He is 15 years old and, once again, Deviled On and Twist Off are both younger siblings. Who's up next? Up next, we got Kick Roast. Back up. Jam Jalopy. Jam Jalopy. Yeah, probably military, I would say. He is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and he is confident under pressure. He is assertive, and he enjoys the company of others, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is very humble, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He occasionally overindulges, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Ooh, a crafter. And he personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. And he values tradition and values sacrifice and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And has 2 kids that are in the fort, or going to be in the fort soon, about to be named. And Amethyst is your niece. Let's pull one from YouTube over here. So this can be... Sure, lonely, locally. I think I spelled that right. YouTube chat is very small and hard for me to read. You have 2 kids, neither of which are in the fort yet, but they'll be here soon. They're both adults, so older kids. You also have a niece who's in the fort, who's one of my gelders. Rokar, our one of my Marks dwarves, is your niece, as well as a bunch of other dwarves that aren't here yet. You worship a pantheon of gods. You have 2 lovers and 4 kids total. And constantly is ablaze with feelings of lust. Well, that's why you have 4 kids and 2 lovers. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Could be considered rude and has a greedy streak. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is slow to anger. Finds obligations confining, though she is, of course, conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she is quick to form negative views about things and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Ooh, you could join the military, possibly. Nah, maybe not. Dreams of creating a great work of art. You're a competent... Okay, actually, yeah, I am going to put you in the military. Although I'm going to put you into my Marksdwarf squad. So, you're going to be a Marksdwarf. Hello, Spectre. No, it's not new. It's been around for a while, Saphira. It basically means that this is marked as a stream that discusses adult themes and alcohol. That's all that it means. So if you have baby ears that don't like hearing words like penis occasionally, you might want to, I don't want to heed the warning, I suppose. It's so Twitch knows what ads to put on my stream, I'm pretty sure, actually. So this can be Reza Darkside. Reza, you are a 10-year-old child. Almost a preteen. Or is 10 a preteen? Twitch chat, never change. He has an overbearing personality and his dour is a rule. Conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is very calm and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. He doesn't often focus on material goods, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He likes to brawl, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He is a friendly individual and occasionally overindulges and tries to do things correctly each time and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Scratches his head when he's trying to remember something, and when he's nervous, he tends to chew his cheek. He dreams of raising a family, of course, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally views loyalty unfavorably, values artwork and sacrifice. And welcome to the fort. 10 to 12 are tweens? Right, that's a word. Tween. Cole here. You are just gonna... I need to check some people. It's just like, did I already name you? Okay, Big Bang A1. It's what I'm actually remembering is naming people 2 days ago in the last fort, probably. Big Bang A1 has a low sense of self-esteem and has little interest in joking around, is slow to anger, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he has a calm demeanor. You'd be a decent military dwarf. He occasionally overindulges, is somewhat quarrelsome, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship, and he tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He inhales sharply when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values good craftsmanship, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, doesn't see a competition as valuable, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. That's right. Oh, what? When the other fort was dying? Your grandma is Lonely Lockley. Your dad's coming soon. Jesus, this is a huge migrant wave. I'm really glad I ended the stream last night right when this migrant wave showed up because, good lord, this is a big one. Let's go with, because I don't think chat was active enough last night to do this. Neezer, you are 15, also almost a peasant. This is actually really good that we have a bunch of really young dwarves that are like almost peasants because when they turn 18, they become peasants. So in like 3 years, we're gonna have a bunch more dwarves, which is really cool. It's not a wave, it's a space station. I love how sometimes the lowest effort content is the stuff that does the best on YouTube. It's like, that video I just uploaded is literally just like 8 minutes of stream VOD. And it's almost got 1,000 views and it hasn't even been up for 30 minutes. Actually, it's actually maybe slightly more than 30 minutes. How long has it been up? Yeah, 36 minutes. Timing is everything sometimes. Yeah, no, totally. You're confusing with blind and stereo, yeah. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and often feels envious of others. Tends to not reveal personal information. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Is pleased by his own appearance and talents. Is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. And he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he lives a fast-paced life. And he shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of bathing the world in chaos. Well then, he personally thinks that the world should be engaged in perpetual warfare. And he finds leisure time wasteful and values family and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Wow. What a nutty dwarf. 15 years old. Put me in military. I'm just gonna do that. As a reminder for me. Quick to give up. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos. But quick to give up. That's funny. Yeah, Montecore. Yeah. We already traded with them, so it's okay. Bum wreck here. Let me scroll back up. The great Dwarf. We're stuck in an ad now, but I will wait for you. Unless Udolf is not in an ad. If you are not in an ad, just let me know, and then we will go with that. Atlantic says round of beers, and that goes for YouTube chat as well. So YouTube chat, post a round of beers, please. I am updating the title of my Legends video from this morning to Zex in the Pink Hill by request of Deef Dragon. That's all. Oh my god, is that alcohol? Oh my god, is that alcohol? Holy shit! Can I add your name to a dwarf? Whoever, you're not picky. Sure, but we're working kind of through an order, and there's a bit of a backlog above you, so. Although now I have very far to scroll up because you guys just posted so much beer. Anyway, the great Udolf, she has a strong sense of duty, often feels discouraged, and could be considered rude. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this. Chat, I just got a dumb idea. If I put a ballista arrow into a minecart, can I shoot ballista arrow out of minecart? I've shot statues, rings, coins, discs out of minecarts. I've never thought to shoot a ballista arrow out of a minecart. I need to do that just so that I can name a video. Am I doing ballistas right? Am I doing ballistas correctly? Anyway, She doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord in day-to-day living. I've already shot minecarts out of minecarts, don't worry. She doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord in day-to-day living. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She has a greedy streak, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She is given to flights of fancy, and she acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Who needs siege equipment? I mean, not this guy. Oh, that's very much a stupid dwarven trick. Shooting ballista ammunition out of a not a ballista is very much a dumb dwarf trick. She respects power and disregards tradition and doesn't care about art one way or another. And you are married to Dwarf. Yeah, there's so many. Chat, if you haven't been named yet, can you say pick me again so I don't need to scroll up so far? I know that Master Spike just did, so I will put Master Spike at the top. I'm going to grab this one from YouTube, though. So Alexander in the YouTube chat, there's no such thing as a hard start for me. I've played this game too much. With the exception of, like, maybe, like, a murder hell fucking modded biome. But most of the vanilla stuff, there's tedious starts and not tedious starts. This isn't a particularly tedious start. This is classified on the YouTube. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He has a low sense of self-esteem, and he lives at a high energy kinetic pace, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is often cheerful, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions of practical applications. He has a sense of duty, and he's quite ambitious, and he can sometimes act with little determination, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Exhales sharply when he becomes exasperated, and he's very rigid when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. How do I play games if I'm blind IRL? Do you know what visual impairment is? If you don't, Google it and don't ask that question again, because y'all are silly if you think that. Blazing Iceberg. It's the first one after Master Spike. Master Spike. What? Exactly. If you don't understand that blindness is a spectrum, you should go do a little bit more research before you go accusing people about not having disabilities, which is kind of what you're doing. How do you play games if you're blind IRL? Because I'm visually impaired, severely so. How can I play games? Because I can see, just not very well. Touchy subject? Not really. You're just asking a very rude question. And I'm educating you on what visual impairment is. So I have a tag on this stream that says visually impaired. Triggered much? The third thing you say is triggered. That's a curious direction to go. The description of my stream says very clearly, visually impaired. So you, with your clearly perfect working eyesight and natural knowledge of all disabilities and people's ability to see if they have a form of blindness, means that you clearly missed the tags, which are very clear. So I'm visually impaired, severely so. This keeps happening whenever you join the stream. I mean, it's over. I've said my thing. Pop culture and their consequences about informing people about their disability. Yeah. That and insensitive people who go out of their way to be accusatory of somebody or asking kind of rude questions. I wouldn't have even banned them, but I mean, fair. Anyway, it's the triggered much that's like, really? That's the first thing you're gonna say? Okay. He takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he tries to keep his things orderly. The thing that, like, the reason, you want to know a real fact about me? This is how I read these descriptions. Okay, let me turn this camera on. This camera, okay? He takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, because I literally can't see the text if I sit back this far. No, you're muted, Lil Joe, not me. Stop being blind, stop being me, clearly. But yeah, no, literally, that's why I turn the camera off when I'm reading these, is because I'm literally doing this, and it looks weird. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he is often cheerful. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. Well, the stream certainly ain't muted, so... No? What? I'm very confused. Can people hear me or not? What? Nah, King, you can rest easy on the banhammer. You're good. Okay, I was just very confused because it's like, there's people saying, am I muted? I'm just very perplexed. He personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting and dreams of family raising. He has a wife named Cole. And Elfie's his older sister. Look at that. Big families. Next up. Dwarf down. Master Spike, Blazing Iceberg. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of trolling. It's when people get weirdly accusatory. That's like, I totally don't mind if people want to goof off and troll a little bit. But like I always say, if you want to troll, be good at it and be funny. If you're not going to be funny, it's like, oh, the fuck's the point? She is often sad and dejected and finds herself she finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. And she takes offered help and gifts without being particularly grateful. And she does not often feel lustful. She can handle stress and she doesn't feel envious of others. She tries to do things correctly each time and she has little interest in joking around. She tends to hang on to grievances and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions. Did I lose my spot? Where was I? She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, the reason I can read these so fast, since like the subject came up, basically, is because I have the vast majority of these memorized. I used to be way slower at them. So there will be times where like I will literally just make up the next sentence because I know what it's going to be. Because I know the text of this game so well. Anyway, personally can't fathom why one would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society and sees competition as reasonably important and does not care about nature one way or another and dreams of raising a family. They see me trolling, they banning. All right, who are you related to? Wow, this is the dad of Neezer, Big Bang AI, or A1, Reza Darkside, Shurf is his mom, and the Great Udolph is his younger sister. This is going to be Sieveciph. I had my hand in the wrong place on the keyboard. Let's try that again. Sieveciph. There we go. I had my hand in the right place on the keyboard at that point. Oh no, I know what you mean. No, I don't troll these days. I just make puns, which don't often land in chat, which is funny. Because like when I'm typing in a Twitch chat, rather. Puns are violence, puns are war. Anyway, by the way, Ulfsire, what was that little world gen thing that you were working on? It looked neat. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He is somewhat scatterbrained and he has a trouble mastering feel. He has a trouble mastering feel. What? He has trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. I can't speak today. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He can work to spread his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is a friendly individual. Generally, is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. Wrong one. And finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And he often acts with compassion and is curious and eager to learn. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he likes to take it easy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Get through the working day. Puns are great. You're too lazy to type them most of the time. Yeah, no, I understand that. Let's go from the YouTube side. Crow scare. You know, crow scare. I got attacked by a crow once. It was very scary. Anyway, that's just what your username makes me think of. She does not have feelings of emotional attachment and has never felt a moment's connection with another being. Does not find most jokes humorous and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is often cheerful and is not particularly curious about the world. She has a sense of duty and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She likes a little excitement now and then and she is quite ambitious. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and then. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and she enjoys the company of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. A goose stole your biscuit? That must have been traumatizing. That's a very funny, that's like almost a comic, like a cartoon level mental image. It's just like little kid there with a cookie and they're just like, thunk, no! She personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Sees war as a useful means to an end. I am taking this dwarf off of hunting and putting them into the military. Stat. Admittedly, I haven't been attacked or hurt by a bird in ages. I was also friends with a lot of crows when I worked night shift because, like when I worked night shift at McDonald's, my shift would end at 6 a.m. And at 5 a.m., an hour before the store would open, I would walk outside and I would sweep the parking lot. And while I was sweeping the parking lot, I literally had an army of like 10 crows that would hop around and follow me around because I would just like, if there was a Big Mac box or something, I'd knock the box open, flip it over, and kick the bits towards them, and they'd fly away with the bits. And the reason I would do that is it, like, literally fixed our rat problem. But I got in a lot of trouble for feeding the crows. But literally, I would walk outside at the end of my shift, and there'd be a dozen of them outside. So I've made friends with birds, too. It's just stories of me getting attacked by birds are way funnier than stories of me making friends with birds. There's also a picture of me on the internet literally lying down in a field completely surrounded by a flock of maybe 2,000 Canadian geese. With them, like, stepping over me and stuff. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I think me and birds have, like, a pretty even keel alliance. It's shady, but I've never, believe it or not, I've never had a problem with a goose. In my opinion, geese are aggressive towards you if you are aggressive towards them or if you have a dog or children. I don't have either of those things, and I'm not aggressive towards geese. I just kind of ignore them, and they're pretty chill. I was literally, like, kind of tipsy because that field is right next to a brewery that I like, and I went to the brewery that day, had 3 beers, and then went and lay down in the sun because it was a nice hot summer day, and woke up and there was fucking geese everywhere. So I took a nap in the sun and woke up surrounded by geese. This dwarf here is crow scare, so let's unpause and wait for the next one. Also, let's double check. Family-wise. You're related to Steve. So Steve Seth is your husband. You have no children. You do also have a lover, though, somehow. You dropped a bunch of silver bolts. Next up here, we have a Gilder. I'm going to scroll back up and find more dwarves to name. I mean, chatters to name. This can be Darius. You're a Gilder. I think I spelled that right. Never too late. She is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She is conflicted by this since she values harmony and it's as an intellectual concept. She very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and doesn't handle stress well at all. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And she tends to share her experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She acts with compassion and is very humble and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain. Foolish. She has 2 lovers, and an auntie, and a niece. Starting to get to the point finally where, and Rokar is her cousin. We're starting to get to the point finally where there's less unnamed dwarves and the relations. We're getting there. Yeah, I was gonna say, Bruce Lee's son did have a TV series, didn't he? Half looking at chat while also reading all this stuff. This is Jezza. Eh. Okay. 7-year-old kid usually can read, write, and remember rhymes and songs. Not sure if crows can do that. Crows can absolutely do that. I mean, obviously they can't write, but they remember faces and try to talk to you. They follow you around. They know people. Speaking of crows, there was also a crow that I guess got attacked or something by a dude in a hat with glasses. Because if me or my dad walked past my parents' house for the last couple of years, this crow would just like scream at you. This one crow would just like sit in a shrub and scream at you from a distance. But if you took off your glasses and hat, it would stop screaming at you. The neat bird. Often feels envious of others and is nervous and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't often focus on material goods and can occasionally overindulge. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to spread his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors, and he tends to avoid crowds. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he is quite polite. He lives a fast-paced life. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally does not respect the law and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Another thing, there was a baby crow that fell out of its nest in my parents' backyard and was kind of hopping around, and my parents' cat was trying to kill it. And my mom went outside and picked up the crow and put it back in the nest. And ever since that crow became a fledgling, that crow has like literally followed my mom around for years now. Like still lives in the area and like comes by, hangs out on the fence, paws at her. Neat bird. You keep almonds with you when you walk around for crows? They're cool animals? Yeah, no, they are cool animals. They're neat. They even know how to raise the water level in a glass by putting stones and stuff in the glass. Yeah, they use tools. There's also like pictures of like crows using like sticks and stuff to pull bugs out of like stumps. Yeah, no, crows are neat. They use tools. Like, just because like they don't have like the physical clarity of like what we would consider to be human intelligence doesn't mean they're not very smart. They are very smart. Also, there's multiple videos of birds landing on my hands. So this next one, whoever this can be Alexander from the YouTube chat. Errol Lashfolds prefers to present himself modestly, generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he doesn't share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is often stubborn, and he can sometimes act with little determination. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He rarely feels discouraged, and he isn't particularly ambitious. I'm worried about our food supplies after this massive migrant wave, because we had 26 dwarves, and now we're at, what, 45? He can sometimes act little determination and confidence, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he rarely is discouraged. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to and he acts with little determination and confidence. I think I read one of those sentences like 3 times. He has a great sense of empathy and good creativity, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally respects those who observe decorum and maintain their dignity, respects perseverance, and thinks friendship is important, and does not really value the truth. I'm putting this dwarf into the Marksdorf squad. Family-wise, Zuglar, his wife, isn't here yet. And his aunt is in the military, so he gets to go hang out with his aunt. Gotta scroll so far back up. Okay, this is Nimlark. I mean, there's a video of a rat playing Doom. It's one of my favorite videos on the internet, actually. It's like a rat on like a weird spherical mouse ball. I say mouse ball like, you know, like the bottom of like an analog mouse. And it's like this and it's just got Doom in front of it, and the rat just like stands there and then walks and goes, huh? And then just starts running, and there's like the monitor's like right in front of him, and he like starts running around shit. It's very interesting. It's like they make it run. It runs through doors. It like takes corners and stuff. It's something. It's neat. Okay, so Nimlark likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. Rarely looks on others with lust and does not go out of his way to help others. He is troubled by this since he truly respects sacrifice. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he has an active imagination. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is trusting, and he likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. When he's nervous, he drums his fingers. He mutters under his breath when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. You've never played Doom? It's neat. Why are there so many dwarves at the beginning? Because we are 1.5 years in. That's why. A little bit more than that, actually. This can be Monty Core. Yeah, well, it's like a basketball-sized trackball, is what the rat uses in that video. Yeah, we're gonna get a mayor too. What's up, Yano? The search is DF hack, which blind uses only bait for that feature. Yeah, quite literally. The search thing is DF hack, yeah. It's free on Steam, but I have literally every other feature of DF hack disabled, basically. I occasionally use it to debug stuff, though. She very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings, lives at a high energy kinetic pace, and can handle stress. She could be considered rude, though she finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. Interesting. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and is quite ambitious. Can sometimes act with little determination. Can act without deliberation. And is quick to anger and likes to take... Tries to do things correctly each time, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She has an active imagination. She has an active, not sense of humor, that's an imagination. She has an active imagination and is very humble, needs alcohol to get through working days. Dreams of skill mastery and values self-control and finds introspection to be a waste of time, respects perseverance, values decorum, dignity, proper behavior. That's interesting. It's really interesting when somebody gets banned 1 billion years ago and then you go look at the chat logs from 1 billion years ago and you're like, I have no idea why this person got banned. Anyway, yeah, you can come back. It's fine. This person in YouTube chat's just like, I'm banned in your chat, apparently. It's like, yeah, no, you're fine. I'm just reading the chat log to see why, and it was back in 2019 of all things. Some migrants have arrived. It should say plenty of migrants have arrived. Many migrants have arrived. Cathode ray tube. It's a big wave. Yep. Is it not letting me unban people in my... I don't know why it's not letting me do this. It's not letting me unban you. What the hell? There you go. Sorted. Clicked the button. It wouldn't let me type in the command. The entire Dwarven civilization has arrived, despite the danger. Pretty much, yeah. I'm surprised the king didn't show up with this one. Cathode ray tube cuts any corners possible when working on a project, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. Always acts with compassion and is at the forefront of his considerations. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He doesn't often feel envious of others and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He doesn't often seek out excitement and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He has an active sense of humor and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. It would be the queen, actually, because this faction has a queen. I lost my spot. Where was I? He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during, he has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he has a sense of duty. He has a calm demeanor, and he occasionally overindulges, and he tends to avoid crowds. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally holds fairness as one of the highest ideals, and despises cheating of any kind. Values loyalty, and does not care about friendship. Let's see how many more we get. Or who asked about traits or just flavor? It have a mechanic that can affect skills like lying. The traits all have mechanics and they affect the game at varying levels. I'm not doing a very good job reading chat because I'm naming a lot of dwarves right now. But it depends on the thing. Like bravery, like if they're very afraid, if a fight breaks out, they will run away. If they're very brave, regardless of if they're in the military or not, like the very brave dwarves are the ones that run in and start punching the thing that's attacking for no reason, right? Like if there's like say 3 goblins walking into the fort, 5 dwarves run the hell away and 2 turn around and run at them. The ones running at them are the very brave dwarves, right? So if a dwarf is like incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, it doesn't matter if they have a weapon or not. They will attack the demon that's coming out of the hole instead of running away from it, right? Like, that's just a very simple example, but they all have varying mechanics that have varying levels of ability to impact gameplay. Like, I saw something yesterday where a dwarf was annoyed after being forced to speak with an annoying person, which is interesting because that dwarf, because of the other dwarfs' traits, finds this dwarf annoying and they got into a conversation, and then they could get into arguments more likely. Or if a dwarf has a higher tendency to brawl, then if they're in the tavern drinking and singing, they have a much higher chance of starting a fight than another dwarf, right? Stuff like that. It's all very small things, but on one hand, yes, it's flavor. On the other hand, it also very much impacts gameplay. A dwarf that's very greedy will just claim items for no reason. A dwarf that is very greedy is the sort of dwarf that'll have 45 rings on and 15 crowns and 22 shirts, and you don't know how they're wearing them all. But somehow they are because they're very greedy. Maybe they're just trying to do like, I'm a ball or something. Or they're weight training. I don't know, because it's all lead items that they've picked up. Let's scroll up and find the next dwarf. That was Cathode Raid Tube. This is the one after that. Oh god, the pick-me's are almost not scroll-upable anymore. Whampa Stompin. Whampa Stompin. Katamari Dwarfacy. Yes. She is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better her situation. She is quick to anger, and she prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She is brave in the face of imminent danger. She is a little wasteful when working on projects, means takes longer on projects. I don't think they actually waste resources. Often acts with compassion, meaning that they'll get happy thoughts if, like, they are a mayor and somebody's complaining at them, or if they are bringing somebody to rest in a bed that's injured, they'll get happy thoughts from that. Takes offered gifts, help in gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Doesn't particularly care if they're rescued from so if they get injured and they're taken to the hospital by a medical dwarf, they don't get happy thoughts from that. And gifts, they get less happy thoughts from acquiring new items, I think. Rarely feels discouraged. They're less likely to get upset over random shit. Has a greedy streak, will collect more items. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Forgets bad thoughts quicker. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. Talks a lot and tells stories in the taverns or any other meeting zone. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. I don't know, probably gets into arguments or something. Curious and eager to learn. Likes reading. Interest in the library. Likes to brawl. More likely to start fights in taverns. That's just this dwarf. Dreams of raising a family, and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. Finds a noisy and bustling life boring. And prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and does not care about fairness. This one can be Lil Joe. And then, I kid you not, I need you guys to say pick me again if you haven't had a dwarf. Because the pick me's have moved off of the top of chat and I can't scroll up any higher. You're a noob at this. What do you do when you stabilize a fortress? Everyone has enough food, drinks, etc. Dwarf Fortress is like one of the original make your own fun games, right? So think about playing Dwarf Fortress like this. You are a DM DMing a table of D&D players. Okay? Step 1. Is an interesting D&D campaign, a campaign where all you do is you go to the tavern and you hang out and you talk to the locals. I'm sure that could be interesting for a bit. But you need danger. You need something to happen. So the player, in my experience, the best way to enjoy Dwarf Fortress is you, the player, need to start orchestrating failure. It is very easy in Dwarf Fortress to build a completely impenetrable, 100% easy to defend fortress. It's very easy to do that. To make it interesting, you have to plan for failure. So that's my take on how do you make things interesting once everything's stable. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She is trusting and often acts with compassion. And she is often cheerful. She tends to be passive in discussions and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is somewhat quarrelsome and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally respects perseverance and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. She likes steel and white opal and has 2 lovers and some cousins in the fort. Smitchell as well. Worships lore. 2 more. This is going to be telling our... I think my keyboard is in the wrong place on my desk. You know that feeling when your keyboard's like in the wrong spot and you can't type? There you go, Xbean. He is bashful and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is often cheerful and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and he is a friendly individual. He is conflicted by this nature since he would ideally prefer more strife in his life. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and doesn't often feel lustful because he values self-control. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and often feels discouraged. When he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world and personally believes deeply that chaos and disorder are the truest expressions of life and would disrupt harmony wherever it is found. He is repelled by the idea of honesty and lies without compunction, and he values self-control and values tranquility and a peaceful day and values independence. Okay, chat room, I have a question. How much would you judge me if I made this dwarf the militia captain? It's too fitting. I have no idea what that is, Lonely. It's too fitting. So now I need to make a prison and an office for him. But we'll worry about that in a bit. All right, next up. Do you have any family in here? Oh, 404 and Nish. Your kitty's not here yet. And your aunt is here. And there we go. The simulation, portions of the simulation go on without you. This is a question from YouTube chat. Portions of the simulation go on while you are playing, but major simulation changes in the world, such as like evil biomes expanding because of towers appearing specifically, new sites appearing, I think helixes can appear. I don't think new fortresses can appear. I haven't seen any anyway. Certain things only happen when you retire the fortress and make a new fortress. But wars continue, trading continues, population fluctuation continues, places can get destroyed and captured and taken over. Powers rise and fall, wars start, and alliances cannot form while you are playing. But a lot of stuff does keep moving. Shaku. Howdy, Corn. Bastet, if you're asking if you have a dwarf, you don't have a dwarf. That's all I could say. I haven't gotten to your name in the list yet. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, and he is caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and he is very comfortable around those that appear different from himself. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. I lost my spot. My eyes are starting to glaze over. I've read too many of these. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he doesn't easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he does not go out of his way to help others. When he's thinking, he becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values hard work and sees merrymaking as a waste and finds friendship burdensome and doesn't care about craftsdwarfship. When you're married to a dwarf who isn't here yet. Asmil, who's now here. Dr. Funk, you're married to the dwarf I just read the description of. Unemployed Shaku. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. Holy shit, this is a big migrant wave. She always is tense and jittery, and she is friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. And she is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and doesn't seek out excitement, and she is conflicted by this, and she feels intellectually life should be more tumultuous. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and tends to be passive in discussions and can handle stress. She generally acts with a narrow focus in the current activity, and you're joining the crossbow dwarves. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is greatly disturbed by quiet and a peaceful existence. Dislikes cooperation, doesn't feel strongly about law. Good lord, it never ends. Yeah, no, I mean, we've literally doubled our population, more than. I may just, like, not trade the next time traders come around. Ice. Actually, did I name you in the last one, Ice? Did I name yesterday? I can't remember. Ice. No, I did not. Okay. That was the last fort. Ice hockey PLYR. You're also almost an adult. It's the wave that never ends, Bastet. He is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Forms strong emotional bonds with others at times to his detriment. He has an active sense of humor. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He can sometimes act with without determination, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is quick to anger, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. And he does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is a calm demeanor, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and occasionally overindulges and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tries to remember something. When he's trying to remember something, he often starts chewing his lips. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, at least we have a lot of extra hands now. Terminal wetness. He is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will leave things strewn about without a care. He is made deeply uncomfortable in differences in culture and appearance and often feels lustful. He tends to avoid physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. And he has a great aesthetic he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this since he values artwork and its creation. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He occasionally overindulges, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't feel strongly about the law. He's married to Gonatank, who was way at the beginning. And, I think we're getting there. Let's just let it run for a sec. 3, 4. Okay, so we've got 4 more. I think. 59 dwarves. Okay, I'm gonna name these last few. Kashmir goat. Kashmir goat. Let's go right here. Salty Tempest. And I'm just grabbing random names now. And let's go with Yano Karozuno. I think I put an extra K in there. Yeah, there's an extra K in there. And this last one I'm going to give to Bastet because she asked for one earlier one. Bastet. I think that's everything. Jesus. All right, let's read these last few. There will be more opportunities. He doesn't focus on material goods and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he's a friendly individual, and he often acts with compassion. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he likes to brawl, and he doesn't handle stress well. He enjoys the company of others, and begins to talk more slowly when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and personally finds romance distasteful, and he finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. His father's here, as well as his grandmother, and he's 17 years old. Next year will be an adult. Yankaruzuno is prone to hatred and often develops negative feelings. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he's conflicted by this since he values artwork and its creation. He is a friendly individual, and he always tries to say nice things to others, and he tends to be passive in discussions, and he is nervous, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is overly, he tries to keep his things orderly, and which means he'll put his stuff away, which is good. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he likes a little excitement now and again, and he is quite polite, and he finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He often feels discouraged, and he can handle stress, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And then up here next is Bastet, and she is 6. She is an overbearing personality, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is often cheerful, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and she is quite polite, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. My jaw hurts. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she can handle stress. She occasionally overindulges, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she mutters under her breath when she's trying to remember something, and she gnaws on her cheek when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values loyalty and romance, and blah, 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 and she's 6. Her dad's telling her, though. I'd say Zabine. Or just give up and say Xabine. That's a lot of livestock. I don't need all those puppies. Okay, I'm also going to start assigning these war dogs to my military. Specifically, the Marks Dwarves. I also need more Marks Dwarf gear. So, Crowscare, you get 2. Might as well also give one to the militia commander. I'm also going to start gelding the war dogs. Just to keep their... We'll let Toasted continue. Okay, so now that we've finally finished all of that, it's literally been like 40 minutes. Alcord, thank you very much for the 6 month. This is our fort. We were built for 26 dwarves, and now we have 59. We have a mayor, and I guess I need to reassign the captain of the guard to Talon Artho, because that job just got kicked. Whitcode is the mayor. Talon Artho is now the captain of the guard, because sheriff just went away as a job. Whitcode was my manager slash bookkeeper up until just now, so I'm actually going to move that over to Smithied, I think. Who is by far my most talented weaponsmith. We'll give this to Smithied. And we need a new office setup. I was just quietly building crafting spaces. I mean, we don't need gelding knives. They just use a farmer's shop. I think we are going to build this into the mayor's office. So the way I've been building this fort, it's on a glacier. There's no dirt layers, so we have dug all the way down to the lava. We have access to 2 cavern layers. If I scroll back up, those are the 2 of them. We're going to be building a pump stack today that's going to go from the magma sea all the way up to the surface. I'm a little bit concerned about pumping lava onto the surface for the obvious fact that, the surface is all ice, and I don't want to melt it. We have seen giant polar bears, yes, 1. It showed up and stole something from this elvish caravan that's just leaving. I've actually built a trap for them right here. I'm trying to get some food into this. We need to get some food into this cage trap. Hopefully we'll be able to get some, or into this spot, because they go after food and drinks. So if there's food or drinks right there, hopefully they'll step on this cage trap and we'll catch them. So we're trying to get giant polar bears. That is one of the goals of this fort. Giant war polar bears. Because this is Untamed Wilds, we've been getting puffins, giant puffins, albatross, giant albatross, and a couple of yetis have come through, and most of them have left. So that is what we are currently building, I suppose. So, this is something that we're building right now. Let's remove this down the middle and make... So, okay, let me actually just ask chat for clarity. I've been using these big circular rooms as craft. Okay, I'm actually just changing my own mind here. I've been using these big circular rooms for crafting spaces in guild halls and temples. This is the temple, guild hall. So this is the Learned Spears. This is a metalsmiths guild or weaponsmiths guild, and this is the metalsmiths guild, the Rocks of Iron. The weaponsmiths guild has already produced us 3 metal artifacts. We've got ourselves a steel warhammer, a steel spear, and I think a steel mace, and then a lead disc, of all things. No, we're not lucky. It's because the literal first thing I did when I made this fort is I made a weaponsmiths guild. So most likely what's going to happen is all these dwarves are going to construct stuff and then try and claim bedrooms, and then, wow, that's a lot of children. They're all going to go hang out in the weaponsmiths guild. So that's the hope, is that all of these dwarves become metalsmiths. A lead spear would be the worst? Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason they're... Well, actually, are they steel or are they iron? This one might actually be iron. Okay, that one's... This is an iron spear. I lied. That's a steel warhammer, and that's an iron mace. What am I going to use it for? I'd say observation piece. They are going to look at it. It's going to sit on a pedestal. We had like 24-ish artifacts, and but they were all non-armor and weapons. So a lot of people don't utilize guild halls. People complain when guild halls get requested, but they don't utilize them. If you build a guild hall right at the beginning, the way guild halls work is the highest skilled dwarf of that skill goes and hangs out in the guild hall, right? While they're hanging out in the guild hall, they then teach any other dwarf who is in that guild hall socializing that skill. In fact, we have that running right now. Smithied is leading a weaponsmithing demonstration. This dwarf is currently leading a weaponsmithing demonstration. So this dwarf is teaching weaponsmithing. So it's pushing forward right now. Yeah, I also wish we could restart World Gen. Adventure mode kind of helps with that, though, because every single time you start in adventure mode, it moves the world forward by 3 weeks. And if you just start them in the wilderness and just let them die of starvation, they'll just be a couple random corpses around the world, but whatever, they'll just become zombies or something. And you could just like leave a bunch of random adventurers around, just like randomly giving into starvation or retiring them in places. And so just spawn like 50 adventurers and then chunks of time forward by a couple years. That's one way to do it. But yeah, I do wish that there was a built-in way to do that. Okay. Wow, my dumb reaction video already has 2,000 views. That's nutty. Guild halls are really good for training skills you don't want to spam jobs for. Yeah, exactly. And weaponsmithing guild and the weaponsmith guilds is one of the best ways to do that. So if like the first thing you make when you start a fort is a weaponsmiths guild, and then you select it, you click the magnifying glass, and you set it so that anybody can visit it, everybody will just become weaponsmiths. Yeah, no, armor smiths, weaponsmiths guilds, both of those are very, very valuable. So we're going to let them build this. I'm going to build 2 smaller circles. I have one here. How big is this? 6 by 6? Yeah, that's fine. We'll have one there. And then one here. These bigger circles are most of them are going to become towers eventually. And then I will build a larger one up here. Let's do 9 by 9. That'll be fine. We'll make it go a little smaller than I normally do. And then I will push a bit of walkway in here, and I can probably cram some more bedrooms into here. These are going to be the captain of the guard and their office space. And it's also going to be the mayor's office space. Let's actually push this back one. And widen this a bit. And then this will be the prison. And I think another thing that I'm going to do Then we're going to do this. This, and this. We're going to start making bedrooms like this. Because I do need to get these all bedroomed up, and this ain't going to happen immediately unless I'm really on the ball with this. So I'm going to queue up a ton of bedrooms right now because I need to get all of these dwarves into bedrooms or we are going to run into problems very quickly. Also, all of my wood is coming out of the cavern layers. Are we still making doors? No, we are not. We'll use mudstone. I'm doing them because I need to get them done quickly. Why does everyone do 2x2 bedrooms? The minimum that you need for a bedroom is a bed, a cabinet, and a coffer or a chest. So 2x2 is just a very easy size to do that if you are in a rush, and I am in a rush because I got all of these dwarves all at once. Why does everybody do it? Because you get the same amount of happiness from a 2x2 as you do from a 3x3. You'll start to get more happiness if you do like a 6x6 or a 5x5. So if you make them really big, then you'll have much happier dwarves. But otherwise, it doesn't matter as much as I think some people think. As long as they have space to put their stuff, a space for a bed, a space to get in, and a door, they're happy. When it comes to greedier dwarves, they want nicer things, but it's okay. They can complain sometimes. Let's make all of these into bedrooms. And also, I swap it up from fort to fort. So sometimes I will make like 3x3s. Sometimes I'll do 2x2s. Sometimes it's just, you know, much smaller. It highly depends on the fort. Oh, absolutely it would improve mood. Why would it remove mood? Why would it hurt the mood? Giving them their own bedrooms is like... Giving them their own dining rooms is like the most schwanky thing that you can do. We're in an ad break right now, but I'm just gonna finish this because I want to get this done. It's about as nice as you can possibly be to their dwarves. Well, they'd still interact with other dwarves. They just go to dining rooms to eat. Right? So as long as the dining room isn't also a social space, then yeah, no, that's fine. Because, like, if they all have their own tavern, let's just say, and then they spend no time in social spaces, then yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But... how big of a dining room do they need? They don't need one. How big of a dining room do you want to build? Is 1x2 good? How big of a dining room do you want to build? Small dining room? Big dining room? I'd rather just make a very large public dining room. Like, my dining room is in here, right? This is my dining room. This is not a particularly valuable one, but it's a dining hall in here. Dwarf Fortress is up to you. Do things you want to make. Experiment. Let me know how it goes. Can't wait to hear it. Just wondering. There's very little, like, do I need to do it this way things in Dwarf Fortress. Do it the way you want to do it. Make a fort that looks cool to you. They don't need anything. The only thing, yeah, quite literally, dwarves don't need anything. If you don't give your dwarves anything, you'll just have a short playthrough. And that's also a legitimate way to play. All right, let's just let them run for a little bit. Sometimes I'll do strict bedroom districts. The last two forts have been very freeform, though. My dwarves are pretty happy, and this fort is mostly ice, so I think there's a natural conclusion you can come to with that question. All right, well, since I have a ton more dwarves, I'm just going to place some other stoneworker shops down here. Just like a few extras. Do I have Polar Bear Man in my fort? So you didn't ask the question. You stated I have polar bear men in my fort. That is an incorrect statement. I do not have polar bear men in my fort. I don't know where you got that statement from, or why you're asking that question, or why you're making that as a statement and not a question, but I do in fact not have any polar bear men in my fort. Yetis are intelligent, so of course they're not trainable. Also, I should move all of this wood inside. How the hell did I manage that? Let's put that. Let's make this into a wood stockpile for right now. I can move it around later. I don't know. Actually, Shadow Absorber. Oh, there you go. Moreb. Also looks like it would be easy to mod it so that they can be... You can get Gorlak adventurers, though. It makes you intelligent, Lanix. Like chat just stated. Okay. We've got a lot that needs doing. I screwed this up bad. I'll remove all of this.
Yeet.
Clander, thank you very much for the tier 1 for 4 months. Thanks for writing that in there. Otherwise, I would not have seen that. All right, let's get this all iced up. They will not switch bedrooms once bedrooms are assigned. That is up to the player. Dwarves would rather claim 2 bedrooms. And some dwarves will never claim bedrooms, which is even more fun. Well, at least our food stores are filling up. Migrants are trickling in? That's an understatement. And then selling them? They would melt. You also can't make cabochons or crafts from ice. Am I making wooden beds? I am not. Yeah, and some dwarves like to claim your inns room. I'm just going to move into the hotel permanently. I think one of these ice blocks melted. Yeah, but beeswax doesn't melt. At least, not that way. Or sleep in dungeons for some years. Well, that's if they've broken something. Vandalism is taken very seriously. Let's see what's going on down here. You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing. Just gonna ask you to make steel. Requires fuel. I have lots of fuel. Oh, actually, did I run out? Oh boy. I think I ran out of. Yes, I did. Okay, so let's remake my wood burner. Make one charcoal, and then start making coal. I do have a dorm. It's just only got 3 beds in it. The reason wood is such a stressor for me right now, and the reason it took me so long to get things going, or not so long to get things going, but the reason like all these bedrooms are a panic is because there's no trees on the surface, and it took me a while to get to the first cavern layer because it's very deep. It's like on layer 80, or at least the first one that I found, which is technically the second one. I missed the first one, so because of that, it was a bit of a stressor to get wood initially. So we're picking that up now. So I could start making dorms now, but I'd rather just see if I can just bash out all the bedrooms that I need. And just skip that whole portion of the process. Dwarves have dark vision, yes. Well, you actually see what the dwarves see. Also, in that adventure mode footage, the dwarf is sneaking. So they're... what's it called? Their cone of vision goes down when they're sneaking. And they can't see ahead of them because they're sneaking. You have a much further distance. I don't know what you're talking about with the beards. No, they have dark vision, so they can see 30 tiles. And if they're trained in hunting and have high observation, then they can see further. However, the actual situation generally is that if you are sneaking, you can't see basically anything. It's kind of always been that way. We're gonna start making bituminous coal. And deconstruct this now. So that's gone. The overseer is the player. You are the if you're playing Dwarf Fortress, you are the overseer. The overseer isn't a rank in the game. You're like, I just assume that everybody's seen Star Trek, so if you don't understand this, I refuse to explain. Please look up Wikipedia pages. You are Q in Dwarf Fortress. But you shall Google it. Everybody should see Star Trek. It's like a rite of passage for being a human. These ones need bedrooms, doors. These ones need doors. Thunk, 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 thunk. Five more bedrooms are created. I should just start assigning these. Although Captain of the Guard needs a nicer bedroom, but that's fine for right now. The one nice thing is that kids share their parents' bedrooms, so I don't need to worry too much about giving kids their bedrooms. It's Mitchell, thank you much for the raid. Did you see the announcement? Also, a lot of these dwarves are married, which is going to make my life easier too, because then they share bedrooms. This actually isn't so bad. Random goblin who lives here, you can have that bedroom. Yeah, it's April. There's also a trailer. The only reason I'm manually assigning these is so that I have an idea of how many more dwarves beds I need to make. I don't know. I only just started. I spent like an hour naming dwarves because we got a migrant wave of more than double my population. Okay, I think we're actually okay. All right, let's focus on getting that mayor's office and such done. You've been assigning bedrooms for kids this whole time. They don't need their own beds until they're an adult. I mean, you don't have to give them bedrooms. You can. They'll be happier if they have their own bedrooms. But they don't need them. Rock cabinet and rock puffer. Let's make 40 of each. I don't really want to make those out of gabbro. Set those both to be made out of granite. We're gonna go dig more granite. Or go down, dig granite, dig granite. All right, where granite? Sandstone, mudstone, caverns, slate, rock crystal. Actually, you know what? Let's just do mudstone, actually, and then just dig up more mudstone. Because that's the layer that has all of the iron in it. At least that I found so far. The iron and most of the other stuff, and it's very easy for me to just mine out more of this layer. It's this layer. So I can just do like thunk. 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 And then not run out of mudstone anytime soon. Also, there's like coal in here, so it's good to just like power through this zone. I'd think about making minecarts back up to the surface from down here, but there's like multiple aquifers in between, so no thanks. What announcement? Adventure Mode's release date was announced. I'm gonna have a bunch of very interesting comments to read through. Your kids are pissed? Well, set them up so that they're not going to be pissed. Make sure that they're not hauling bodies. Give them toys to play with. Stick them in a specific zone so that they'll be happier. You were attacked? That's a good sign. I think I'm going to put everybody in this burrow and leave it on and just double check that the burrow's covering everything that it needs to be. No, actually, let's just go to the edge of the map here. Just do that. And then also, I'd fill this all the way up. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's just make sure that it didn't accidentally fill up a cavern layer. It did not. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that burrow on for a little bit. The problem is that's all up there, which I'm going to need to get to for some of this. It's okay. Just now your dwarves well caged another fellow dwarf with obsidian. Oh. Never a dull moment. Yeah, that's sad. Rest in peace, that dwarf. I had a dwarf get encased in obsidian the other day. It was rough. Oh, I also need weapon racks, armor stand. Make those out of mudstone too. Because I need blocks made out of gabbro if I want to be pumping lava. Spent the last 3 hours crafting cat statues and cat figures. Why? If I can ask. I should also probably make a tavern now. Maybe this is going to end up being the tavern. I wasn't planning on it being a tavern, but right now the only public space I actually have is this, which is the Weaponsmith's Guild, which is great if you want to learn things. Maybe not great for other reasons. Turns out also getting snowed on is real bad for their moods. So, this is going to be a bedroom, but that's a bit big. Let's do bedroom, accept, and dining hall. Yeah, that'll be fine. And I will give both of these to the captain of the guard. No, I get that. Give that to Whitcoat, not Talon Arthur. There you go. Talon, where's your other room? You have meager quarters and modest quarters. So you have this one. We're gonna remove that. Let somebody else claim that. And I think for the captain of the guard, we are going to reassign that disc as a weapon trap. You get a weapon trap. A beautiful weapon trap. Although, need to change the setting here. Yeah, expected April 2024. I mean, it's a ways off, right? Also need tables and thrones. Let's do iron table and iron throne, and we're just gonna do 2 of each, 4 of each. These are gonna be for the mayor and the manager. We're also going to make silk rope. Let's just try and do 10 of those. Can you house the entire guard? I wouldn't recommend it. The guard needs, like, their own quarters. Why would you put everybody in one room? I don't need another dwarf, it's fine. Yeah, Tarn stated April in the interview. It's kind of funny because, like, Kit Fox didn't even notice it, and I told him the next day, I was like, by the way, I think Tarn may have accidentally said April. And she's like, well, it's pretty nonchalant, so we'll just let it go. Let's hope it's warm in this fort. I'm sure the dwarves are fine. I mean, they don't seem to mind anything except for getting into arguments. That's the only issue that the dwarves are really having right now. How many blocks do I have right now? Really don't want to be using Gabbro for anything if I can avoid it. There's no April Fool's Day joke. I don't think they'd release it on April 1st because April 1st is a Monday. Or Sunday? Monday or Sunday. I don't think they'll release it on April 1st, but no, April 1st is a Monday. I doubt they'd release it on a Monday. I have a question. Why are you sand containing item trying to make a you have to like speak clearly. I don't know what a thickatong is. Is it a strange mood? Is it, are you trying to make an item? You got to be clear with your questions. I saw that in the YouTube chat. I was about to respond to it, but like, you gotta be clear. I don't know what you mean. Are you looking for a sand containing item? A sand containing item is a bag with sand in it. You get that by making a sand collection zone, making a glass maker's shop, and then telling them to collect sand. So you need an empty bag, you need a sand collection zone on a sand tile, and then you need to fill it up. Normal adults don't make April Fool's Day jokes because they realize that that stopped being fun like a decade ago. April Fool's Day was a fun thing before the internet existed, and the internet killed it a very long time ago. Yeah, also traders can bring bags of sand. You liked Google April Fools? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like marketing April Fools, if that makes sense. I think April Fools is fun as like a, oh, you know, an excuse for parents to play pranks on their kids and such. But outside of that, it lost its luster a long time ago. April Fools stopped being funny when you had to start paying taxes. Yeah, that's not why it stopped being fun for me anyway. So many fake pregnancy announcements. I can't say I remember any of those. Yeah, I mean, there's... I'm trying to think of, like, legitimately funny April Fool's Day things. All I really remember about April Fools is, like, things being said that they were going to happen and then everybody being pissed that it didn't. It's like, I remember there was one year that RuneScape announced a whole series of quests based on a Cabbage Patch, and everybody thought that that was the funniest idea ever and was like, this is a great idea. You should actually, like, I hope that that actually happens. And then, nope, it was an April Fool's Day joke. And then everybody's like, well, oh well. Life sucks. Needs or find coal. I thought that I told you to make coal. Why do you guys keep failing to keep making coal? I got tons. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go down here. And I'm going to make a wood burner's workshop down here. This is where all this coal is. I'm actually just gonna make like 3. Smelters. Boom. And I'm going to make a wood furnace. I remember the canned unicorn meat, yep. Yeah, I'm trying to sort out these negative moods. The reason they all got so upset initially is because they had to do a bunch of running around outside and they don't like being out in the snow. The Dwarves don't mind the cold, but they really hate the snow. You think they hate the rain? Jesus Christ, you haven't seen anything until they've been in a snowstorm. So I also need to make a farmer guild hall in the midst of all of this, but I think I might actually just... no, I shouldn't forego it. Ooh, I could probably make a farmer guild down here. Almost looks like a weird space invader. Looks like a weird animal with little hands. Let's remove these. There we go. It looks a little bit better. Space Invader chicken? Kinda. Yeah, kinda. Let's just get all of this done. Well, because mist isn't snow nor rain. Those are very different things. Like, have you ever been, like, underneath a misting device in a cooling tent on a hot day in a very dry place versus, like, being out in a torrential downpour? Pop went from 40 to 70. Yours did? I mean, mine went from 26 to 59. Your pop will go up faster the more you trade. So the higher value items you trade to your home faction, the faster your population will go up and the bigger your migrant waves will be. You prefer rain to mist? If it's a hot day, I prefer mist. If it's a cold day, I prefer rain. So I don't know if you've ever been, like, sudden surprise, like, frozen by mist when it's below freezing outside, but I have, and that is very cold. Not a fan. Because, like, fog and mist penetrates way more than rain does. Rain gear is better if it's cold. I can pause the game. Yeah, no, the rest of your faction is looking at how much you're trading. I actually think that I would rather... Snow is not cold mist. As someone who's been in freezing fog before, snow is not cold mist. Freezing fog is one of the most unpleasant sensations I've ever had in my life. It's like you walk outside and you're immediately coated in ice. It is something. We're not even talking about games anymore. We're just talking about real life. You know, I told you this yesterday, little mushroom guy, but either you are extraordinarily dense or just very, 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 very bad at trolling. I'm going to ignore everything that you say. The internet didn't exist in 2013. No, the internet started to ruin it in 2013 when it comes to, you know, April Fools. So if you just, like, can't understand the context of what I'm saying, I'm just not going to respond, ever. Does making steel still need coal? Duh. It's always needed coal. That's not how so, like, if you're making steel at a non-magma smelter, it requires coal to fire it every time, right? And then you also need coal to make it. If you're making it at a magma smelter, it doesn't need coal to fire it, but you still need coal to make it. Coal is necessary as part of the process of making steel. It uses less coal if you're using a magma smelter because you don't need the coal for the power to power the you don't need the coal to power the cooking process itself, but you do still need the coal to make the actual bars. Yes. Yeah, also what Moreb said. Yeah. Put some lead floors in here. As I can. I'll smooth the rest of it. Yeah, if you go look at, like, Wikipedia and look up, like, how you make steel and pig iron, you'll see all those ingredients are required. Also, on the YouTube side of things, I just want to say there's 68 people watching and 70 likes on the YouTube stream. Yesterday, we actually peaked at the highest non-interview stream view count I've ever had on YouTube, which was 159, I think, total. So if you want to help us hit that again, go leave a like over on the YouTube stream. It helps streamer earn ad revenue and, like, you know, pay bills and whatnot. Also, funny little fact. Today is the last day that I'm making money for the current tax season because as of tomorrow, it'll be the 1st of December, which is going to start working towards my first paycheck of January, which means when it comes to YouTube revenue and Twitch revenue, today is the last day for this tax year, which is kind of fun. Still can't do my taxes until January, but, you know. Still needs steel. That's a hard thing to say when you write it down. Okay, so we will engrave the lead floors down there, I think. This is going to be a farmer's guild. So let's just get that queued up before I forget. Farmer Hall. The Rainy Hills. That's oddly on point thing to the discussion. This one, however, is going to remain guild members only because I don't want them to just go teaching all of the dwarves farming skills, and I don't want every single dwarf in this fort to be a farmer. No, I don't need Rando who wants to eradicate monsters. You can go away. A human. Ooh. So that is a really neat concept. Humans are here to trade, and their hauling animal is an elephant, meaning they could, in theory, trade as elephants. Issue with this is it's an elephant, which means it needs to graze, and we are on a glacier. And they need, like, a 15 by 15, if not bigger, space to graze. So I could pasture them in the caverns, but there's no real logical reason for me to actually trade for elephants. If they have giant elephants, I'll trade for them. But just normal elephants, man, there's like no reason. No, it won't starve before it leaves because creatures that walk into the map from off map don't actually have the like hunger need. So like humans who are just merchants here temporarily don't need to eat or drink. Same with elephants that are here temporarily. Also, this elephant is hauling 51, or not 51, 5 units of Barracuda tripe. Smithy, meets with the human high treasurer, Geralt. And Geralt says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. And I'm going to be like, what kind of animals do you have? I was not expecting them to come trade with me. They have hamsters? They don't even have... Oh, no, they do actually have elephants. So I could... Chat, I'll do this for you. I will do this for you. I will request elephants. We have a need for quivers. Oh, well, I can do that. Having flashbacks to Boat Murdered. Chat, I'm curious. Have you read Boat Murdered? Press 1. Like, in its entirety. Wow. More of you than I thought. Yes, but a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, I've read it recently, which is why I ask. I'll just bring a couple cut gems, make my life easy. Yeah, I'm working on one of those, Saren. Which is why I asked. Also, chat, you guys have a job to do. Okay? There's like 75 of you on YouTube and almost 300 of you here on Twitch. If you have other streamers that you watch who streamed Dwarf Fortress in the past, you need to point out that they just announced a really big update. And you need to inform them that, hey, yo, there's been a lot of people have been playing Dwarf Fortress. Maybe you should come back. Maybe now's the time. Because if we get like an influx of streamers coming back to Dwarf Fortress, that very much increases the chance of us being able to do another charity event for it. Another hot potato. And I would really like to do that. Let's trade. So I'm going to do a couple items at a time. And you might be going, why do a couple items at a time, streamer? And the reason you do a couple items at a time is because we just appointed a brand new trading dwarf. And dwarves don't gain trading skill per item traded. They get it per trade completed. So the more little trades you do, the faster you train trading. Faster you train trading. Sorry, I need to like comprehend that sentence I just said. So if I train for one individual barrel at a time, or two, I guess, or three, I guess, that is better for trading. What's the advantage of a better trading skill? Better prices, and also their appraisal skill goes up, which gives you more accurate readings of the value of your own rooms. So if you ever see like a room and it's just like, oh, this room is like 100 ... question mark. That's an inaccurate appraising. If you want an accurate appraisal, then it's best to, you know, work towards accurate appraising. And that's also when your appraiser dies and then suddenly you lose the value of your fortress. And you're like, I don't even know how much this thing's worth. And all, yeah. So basically it gives you better trade value and also more accurate appraisal of your own items. Don't you want to know how much that, you know, super valuable artifact that one dwarf just made is worth? Okay, we should be good. Yeah, Nookram and Quill are kind of regulars, though. I mean, people who haven't played since last December. Schlecking. People still think about schleckings? I thought that meme died. I never let the dwarves make things out of shells. So I literally never make shell leggings. I think I've done that maybe once in the last year, and I did it because of the meme. I don't care that bedroom's overlapping. That shouldn't be overlapping. What? There we go. That should be multiple bedrooms. There we go. Okay, let's go back down here, check the value of this thing. Not high enough yet. Let's engrave all these, and all these, and engrave these. And also give them a door. So I know what goblet was there from the beginning. I also have your points that you need to optimize. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even know that you could make goblets out of shells. So there you go. Also, will they flex their muscles? Nice. It's an easy way to increase room value. Put an artifact in it. Or put a pedestal and stack gems on it. Put, you know, cage traps with valuable weapons on it. Gem windows. Which is actually what I'm about to do. Yeah, metal floors and walls and engrave those. But keep in mind, if you engrave them and then you want to deconstruct them later, it'll make the dwarf who engraved it upset. And sometimes other dwarves as well upset. This is my Farmers Guild hall. And these windows will technically be in this room. And I'm doing this so that they could theoretically peer out and look upon their fields. You know what's funny? I actually have a skull-shaped glass. It was a free thing that I got from the Warframe event in TwitchCon Las Vegas. Which, you know. Oh. So. That's interesting. We have a seriously injured Smithied, my manager. A named giant polar bear who killed a bunch of humans and an elephant. And I guess I need to make a hospital stat. Because that just happened. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to build a couple beds here. And then I'm going to look at this combat log and be like, what in the world? So this giant polar bear just rolls up, right? Rolls up on the whole schlingading here and decides it's going to be a great idea to just beat the ever-living crap out of all of these traders, right? So this giant polar bear, he rolls up and he goes, the human hammerman bashes the giant polar bear in the right front paw with her iron maul, bruising the fat. And the hammerman bashes the giant polar bear in the left rear leg with her iron maul, but the attack glances away. The human hammerman bashes the giant polar bear in the right rear paw, and that continues until finally the giant polar bear charges at the human hammerman and misses. But then eventually starts attacking the elephant as well, and latching onto the elephant, and the elephant breaks the grip of the polar bear's teeth, and then continues to then eventually kill one of the humans and the elephant. My manager decided to try and defend our humans because, like, they're our friends and we want to trade with them. But then the polar bear proceeds to maul my manager. But the manager does punch the polar bear in the lower body with his left hand, bruising the fat, and the giant polar bear looks sick. It's very sick. And then kills a merchant, and then somehow manages to, after, like, you know, biting an elephant in the upper body, tearing the muscle, and bruising the liver, falls backwards into a cage trap, and now we have a named cage-trapped polar bear right there. And it's a lady. We got one. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna disable this. Oh boy, where do I put it? Hopefully not. I mean, it'll be fine. It looks like they left all of their stuff. So we get a bunch of free food is how it'll affect it. Hopefully not too negatively. That's all I can really say. I'm just going to make a meeting place and assign it as a hospital and hope that we have enough doctors. The Brass Houses. That'll work as a name. We need a chief medical Dwarf. Nobody has seen the inside of a body before. Nobody knows what a medical is. So Jam Jalopy, thank you very much for volunteering. Jam Jalopy is now our chief medical Dwarf. Nobody has any doctoring skills. So Jam Jalopy, congratulations, you're now a doctor. Nobody knows what a diagnoser is, so I guess we'll give that to Ordith. Nobody knows what a surgeon is, I doubt. Yep. Nobody knows what a surgeon... DJ Boom Boom Shrimp, you're a weaponsmith. You can hit things with hammer. You can be surgeon. And Master Spike also doesn't know what this is, but fortunately, you've dissected an animal before, I hope, so you can also do that. And everybody is set to do orderlies, right? Yes. Okay, well. There's also just like an elephant leaving. I'm going to cheat slightly. I'm going to heal this polar bear because it is seriously injured. Head quack, yes. I like it, gold poke. They just like throw him on the floor. We also have an injured child. Devil Dawn's injured. I'm also going to throw a chest in here. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to put a table. And a table. And a... I haven't made those thrones yet. Oh, right. Well, I was going to go down here. Wood furnace. Make charcoal. Do it now. Now, is that... I don't have a butcher corpse drop. That's a shame. I'm going to use DF hack to heal the polar bear. The polar bear is injured. It's seriously injured. That or we could just use it purely as a breeding polar bear. Also, how many more sets of... Oh, sweet. We actually have enough. Looks a little chilly out there. It's fine. The dwarves don't mind. I do need some way of cleaning the snow up, though, because there kind of is snow everywhere. It's a bit of an annoyance. But right now, they're just hauling all of this stuff out. This also needs to go away. I think I'm just going to get rid of this stockpile right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go as low as I can go. And we're going to go... Let's say... It's layer -1. This is way too deep. What's right behind you? I remove that. I could do it that way. We'll do it this way. So right here, I'm gonna go all the way up to right here. I'm going to put a corpse pile right here. Corpse and refuse pile right here. And I'm going to go right here and dig a trench that goes all the way down. And in that one tile where I built a wall, I'm going to remove it. And then I'll remove those floors as well. There is a lot of dwarves in the weaponsmithing competition or contests right now. 13 members only. Jeez. Brought to rest. They've been evaluated. Okay, so the doctors are doing their jobs. We require crutch, cleaning, dressing. We do have buckets. So we should have everything that we need, like crutches and whatnot, so we should be good. We should be good. Animals cannot heal in Dwarf Fortress. Other dwarves can, Any character can. Pets and livestock cannot be healed. I'm glad somebody did classified. Am I going to build a mechanism on every Z level, or are you going to build bottom up? I'm going to build... What? Hold on. Why would I need to make a mechanism on every Z level? In what world do you live in that you need to do that? No, I'm going to build one mechanism at the top Z level, and the rest is going to be self-powered. It's going to power itself. Really? Holy shit. Are you serial? All right, so if somehow you didn't get a dwarf in the last one. You know what? Okay. We'll do it again. Tyrandus. These nuts. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship, but he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Jesus Christ. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and he personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and I need to triple the size of this fortress. He likes limestone, lead, tiger iron, and goat, and giant otter leather. Kill me. How many family members do you have that aren't named? Not that many. Okay, that's not too bad. Next up, we have PS4 Killjoy. PS4 Killjoy is a child. He is 5 years old. His mother hasn't been named yet. His father is here, though. He is annoyed at the snow. Me too. He is not bothered in the slightest by deviation from the norm or extreme differences in lifestyle and appearance. He finds helping others to be very... he dislikes helping others, and he is slow to anger, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He's slow to trust others, and he has a calm demeanor. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he tends to consider what others think of him, and he has an active sense of humor. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to hiccups, changing his mind. He takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He tenses up when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I really hope I don't have to name 445 dwarves again. Okay. This is a beekeeper. You have a few cousins in the fortress. Yeah, a few cousins. And a pet bunny. Why? And a pet dog. That's fine. This beekeeper is going to be... Diamond Destruct. All hail the holy gremlin. In this house, we worship gremlin. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, especially people who dislike gremlins. She feels best when everybody gets along without any strife or contention, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she has a sense of duty. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence. She is often nervous and she has a greedy streak, and she tends to avoid crowds. She doesn't feel envious of others, and she tends to think before acting. She occasionally overindulges, and good lord, that's a lot of dwarves. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She licks her lips when she's nervous, and she chews her lips when she gets excited. She whispers when she's thinking about something, and needs alcohol to get through working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be deeply important and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Diamond, congratulations. You are starting my first bonk thing in head squad. Very official, important terminology and use of naming. Welcome to the fort, Diamond. Next dwarf, who is married to Avuz, who is now Tyrandus, and your only son is PS4 Killjoy, and your auntie is Crowscare. This dwarf is the one and only Archloid, which looks like Arkanoid to me. Like, you've been around that stream for a while, and every time I see your name, I want to read it as Arkanoid. She is swayed by emotional appeals, generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, tends to hang on to grievances and does not often feel envious of others, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She is often nervous and has an active sense of humor. When she's annoyed, she starts to talk very slowly and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of creating a great work of art and personally respects power, values tradition, finds introspection to be a waste of time, doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of artwork. Next up, we have Nasty Ninja. Did you I think you had a dwarf here. That was the last one, right? Yeah. Martin does though. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and he dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum, and when possible, he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to acquire this natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. And he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is quick to anger, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he has a greedy streak, and he prefers to present himself modestly, and he does not cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he's assertive, and he generally and he isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. And he scratches his ear when he's nervous, and he begins speaking in monotone whenever he's angered, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I really hope that you guys get some Schadenfreude out of me just like screaming to like name all these words. He personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life. He sees competition as reasonably important and values self-control and finds ideas and independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Bah. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Scrolling back up to the pick-me's. Jetpack Tuxedo would be next. Jetpack Tux. Jetpack Tux is she lives a high-energy kinetic pace, and she is slow to anger, occasionally overindulges, and was suspected once of flying over top of L.A. Airport, LAX, can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments, and is somewhat quarrelsome and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to be passive in discussions, and we're stuck in an ad now, shit. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she shakes her finger up and down when she's trying to remember something, and her hands begin moving when she becomes exasperated, and she needs alcohol to get through working days. Up here is a kid. This kid is going to be... actually, hold on. Do you have any relations? Okay, Nasty Ninja's your hubby. Look at that. Jetpack. This kid is going to be... But yeah, no, I will never and will never and have never put a mechanism on every level with a pump stack, because that just wastes power and materials, and you don't need to do that. So no, I will not do that. I just build it, and then I seal it off so it can't be collapsed. Bean, who I apparently butchered the name of, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She doesn't care what others think of her, and she isn't particularly curious about the world, and she has a greedy streak, and she prefers to present herself modestly, and she's often cheerful. She bites her nails when she's nervous, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She starts talking to herself when she becomes exasperated, just like myself, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally treasures independence, and finds friendship and burdensome, and values peace over war. Darren is also a child. Jetpack Tux and Nasty Ninja, your parents. Beans, your older sister. And Monticore's your auntie. Auntie-core, more like. Interesting. You are a member of the Grand Well. You're a former member of the Grand Winds, which was the last fortress you were a part of. She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution and she is She often feels lustful, and she isn't particularly curious. She isn't particularly ambitious. She is quick to anger, and she often feels discouraged. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she is quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is greedy. She has a greedy streak, and she laughs loudly when she's excited. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of granting the great natural places of the world, and respects perseverance. I mean, this is a great natural place, that is for sure. So welcome to the fort. Okay, let's let a few more roll in. God. I get excited when they stop. That's where I'm at. Who's after Darren? After Darren is Brain Fist. She cracks easily under pressure and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She has little interest in joking around and lives a fast-paced life. She does not often feel lustful and is quick to anger and is stubborn. And she talks to herself when she's angry. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. This dwarf is also related to Jetpack in the previous family with Auntie Monty. And here we have DS. Also, by the way, in the future, you can always ask me to check back in with your dwarves, so keep that in mind. DS is bashful, feels strong urges, and seeks short-term rewards, is unfriendly and disagreeable, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, has a greedy streak, and tends to be a bit stubborn and changing her mind about things. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and sometimes can act without deliberation, and she is not particularly curious about the world, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and she is trusting, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has an active sense of humor and has a noticeable perseverance and can handle stress. She runs her fingers through her hair when she's thinking, and she talks to inanimate objects when she's trying to remember something, and she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. And you are going to join the Mark's Dwarfs squad. Welcome to the fort. This is a hunter, and this hunter has 2 lovers and has only a couple nephews and cousins and nieces in the fortress, and neither of their lovers appear to be here with them. This dwarf is now Psi Omegas. The reason you're beginning to notice patterns, Fake Summer, is because dwarven families have very similar personalities to their parents. So the smaller your faction, the more similarities between personalities. This also extends all the way down to the visual description of the dwarves, which is why it's kind of interesting if you do read the visual description, which I'm not because there's way too many dwarves to read. If you do read the visual description, you'll start to figure out okay, so this faction is mostly kind of a, let's just say, red hair, kind of more of a brown skin, with big lips and messy teeth. And then every now and again you'll get one blonde dwarf and you'll be like, where the fuck did you come from? And then you read about them later and then find out that they were kidnapped as a child and then escaped and then assimilated into that faction later. Can you be the polar bear? No. Okay, so that's all of the pick-me's. I'm going to scroll up the chat now. This dwarf has a very high-pitched voice. Oops, that's not the thing I was reading. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She's a scatterbrain just like me, and she generally does not respond to emotional appeals. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she has a greedy streak, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. And she tends to be stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she often feels discouraged. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she's troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. And I'm going to turn down the dwarf population cap. Jesus Christ. She is personally put off by trade and commerce and does not value skills related to fighting. Blah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here. And we're going to see we have 71 dwarves. Okay, cool. I'm going to go to strict population cap. Let's say 80. And 95. What's up? Beef broth. 61 months. Long time. Hope you good. So we have one unnamed dwarf. One unnamed dwarf. And you know what? Lump. She's prone to strong feelings of jealousy. She's in my head. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she has a little interest in joking around. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to Scrum's natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she likes to take it easy. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and since she values friendship, she occasionally overindulges and could be considered rude. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she stares intently when she's thinking. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally has great respect for fairness and values eloquence and loyalty and values romance and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. South Pole, actually. We're as far south as you can be. That poor cow. One person got it. Well, no, a few people got it. He's lump in my head. She might be dead. Okay, so I have this bear. I have this bear. No other context. I said it to any unassigned animal trainer. We're gonna start training that polar bear. Did you heal the polar bear? Not yet. We'll do that once it's been removed from the cage. It's not like it's just gonna die. I'm more concerned about these dwarves that were in. Okay, so it looks like my mare is up and moving again. Yes, he is. And I can remove you from there. He does have a crutch, though. How badly injured are you? He's got dents. Basically, his chin, oh no, oh no. He's got a beard injury. His head and his chin whisker is torn apart. How horrible. Hopefully this dwarf survives. Okay, so what we're gonna do, because I keep getting thrown off of like the current project that I'm working on, is I'm gonna fly down to whatever that layer was that I was mining out. This one right here. Invade your fort. You killed it, but made miasma come off of all your dwarves, which killed them. Yeah, that'll do it. That sounds like a syndrome, a pretty rough one, too. So I'm just going to see if I can get a loop of charcoal going. Bituminous coal. Repeat. Do now. And then we'll get one for this one going. I still need to make a tavern, which I haven't actually done yet. I beg your pardon? What? It's because they're running them all upstairs to use them up there. I'm trying to get a coal loop going, but turns out it's kind of hard. I could limit where they get it from, but I don't want to do that. What's a coal loop? You need charcoal to make coal. Or coke, rather. And I have a bunch of other jobs queued up, which I'm too lazy to go get rid of. So that coal's going to go away super quick, because it's going to go upstairs almost immediately. But I should be able to get this job going. You go grab coal. No, you don't. You do. And then they immediately cancel it because they immediately no longer have this. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? We're just going to go up to here. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to pause. And then we're going to go back down there. Let's just do this properly. Because Because you need a lot of coal in order to actually do your job. You're making billin? That's not what I want. I want you to do this. Make me coal. Yeah, no, they vary wildly. And that's part of why they're fun. New fort's coming along well. Aside from my population just quadrupled, and it's like going to be quite difficult to keep it stable for a minute. Aside from that, we're fine. The reason we have 3 upset dwarves is because they got mauled by a giant polar bear. Which, honestly, I think is a legitimate reason to be pissed. Down here, this is going to be a body pile for bodies. Let's just say refuse bodies, not dwarves. Okay, so now I have a ton of coke. So now we can just use coke to make coal. So now that I have that going, they're just going to make coke until we have infinite virtually. So now I can unpause all these. Okay. Drop the S, jetpack, there you go. So I've done that. Let's get the mayor's bedroom set up. So this, up to here. Be your bedroom for the mayor. And our mayor does not need their other bedroom. Your meager quarters don't need to be yours anymore. Give those to somebody else. You also get a dining hall, which is going to go right here. Then I need to give them both offices. This fort's now coke-powered? It's always been coke-powered. Thinking we go office here and office here, and then this circle in the middle is going to be the prison. That's okay, I'm not monetized by Pepsi. So we're fine. I was going to build a tavern, but like then all this chaos happened, so. Can you also have a dwarf in this fort? Can you please stop asking me to name dwarves? Like, one, there's none that are available. That's not totally true. There's no permanent residents that are currently available. And I've literally spent like 2 hours naming dwarves today. Can you name the tavern after you? Can you name your own tavern after you and not ask me to name my tavern after you? You don't seem like much of a tabernacle to me. I said no already once, so I won't say no again, Space Dog. You didn't hear? Yeah, it was the last time you asked. I said no. I don't name non-dwarves after viewers because if I name dwarves after if I name non-dwarves after viewers, then I have to name anybody who asks something that isn't a dwarf after a viewer. And the result is I will literally do nothing but name shit for the rest of the streams for the rest of eternity. It's also very difficult to search for things that are already named, so I would lose track very quickly of who is what and who has what and what's the point. If I'm gonna do that, it's like maybe I would name it after somebody who gifted 50 subs, but like aside from that, yeah, no thank you. I don't know, maybe you should try having a kid and ask them to do that. All right. It's like, where was Deep Space? I didn't see Deep Space until just now. I saw Sniper said, hi, Deep Space. I was like, where the hell is Deep Space? I don't see Deep Space. What's up, Deep Space? We're running out of ice. No, we ain't. It just keeps melting. It's also like all over here. I'm also not sure if I should be concerned about this, but snow-covered unstable slopes. They sound very concerning, but what they actually are is they're literally just ramps that need to be deconstructed. I don't know why ramps aesthetically bug out. I guess something else I should tell Tarn about. Ramps aesthetically bug out on glaciers. Because snow doesn't pile on them. Yes and no. Workshops made out of ice, yes, they can still melt. Floors and walls cannot. In fact, floors and walls are magma safe, believe it or not. Well, I'll tell you this. As an English speaker, putting KKKKKK at the end of a thing to express humor is worse than saying ha 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 ha. One is just like, I fell asleep on my keyboard. And the other one is, I'm laughing. So, I don't know. How do we express humor? We don't. We're not funny. But if you want to be funny, I don't know, put a lull at the end. That's usually what I do. But live your life. I don't know. Do what you want. Two more puppies to gild. Can you make blocks out of ice? You used to be able to. I can't figure out how to if you still can. I'm wondering if they got deblocked like soap. You used to be able to make use soap bars to make buildings. And you can't in this version. So I think it may have gone the way of soap bars or soap buildings. I'm still just trying to get the stuff built for my mayor's office. I don't even have a mayor's office. That was a migrant wave ago. Now you do. I generally go to dive bars instead of soap bars. You know, I discovered that the triple K thing is a problem playing video games that censored it. Literally Googled it. Like, oh. Video game education. Interesting. Also, we're running out of alcohol. Let's do this way for right now. Yeah, usually I just type Lamau if I'm trying to be funny. It's the clearest. Or I use the lull emote if I'm on Twitch. If I'm on something that doesn't have Twitch emotes, then I just type in Lamau. Okay, I will just make this into the Captain of the Guard's office. Okay, at least we're making progress. We're getting there. So it's slow going, but we're getting there. Lamau, hey, Lamau, Raffle, yeah, pretty much. XD. Don't use XD. XD makes you sound like a child. That's just a me thing, though. I feel like that's more just like a I'm being sassy or trying to be cute, Mice Nerd. Yeah, don't use uwu either, otherwise people will think you're a furry. Or use you uwu if you want people to think you're a furry. I mean, live your life, I suppose. Unless you're doing it ironically, like the way Splattercat does. Which a lot of people do. Well, I mean, then, like I said, live your life. I'm not here to stop you. Saying people might think you're a child. Look at this one doing coke too. Then you can just start smelting. They're both the same, in my eyes. Try not to use too much Gabbro, but I love all the children just like playing in the in the militia captain or the captain of the guard's office. Just like a bunch of children playing in there. There's something kind of funny about that to me. Okay, so the giant polar bear is now trained, but semi-wild. So I'm going to put a chain or rope next to it. Put a fancy rope. And then I'm going to assign it to the rope or chain. And then I'll heal it. We still have to tame it, though. I wonder what those humans will think about the next time they come by and they see that the polar bear that killed their friends is, like, trained in one of us now. Okay, jeez. This is a temple. This is just a random room with not much going on. I'm just going to place these 8 beds in here. This can just be a dormitory for right now. These beds can go away. This area is loud and busy and probably awful to sleep in. And I just lost where I was. That can go away too. And so can this. We don't need this meeting room. Okay. We're finally making some progress here. We're catching back up. Catching back up. Catching back up. An enemy or ally? Oh, totally. Shoutouts to the child that put the giant bear there, and now the child that's playing underneath the giant bear. Also, I like how the bear was happy after being confined. Oh, actually, it did heal. Interesting. I don't need to heal it. It's got no health problems. Okay. No, it... Well, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen an animal heal before. I wonder if it's because it healed before it was trained. Because I know you can't heal tame animals or war animals. It's covered in elephant blood, which means it's more red than white. Yeah, so for those of you who haven't seen giant polar bears, allow me to pop up the wiki for a real quick sec. Giant polar bear, right? So if a dwarf is 60,000 centimeters cubed at their maximum size, a giant polar is 3.268 million centimeters cubed. So a baby giant polar bear is 326,000. Can water go through gear stuff? What is a gear stuff? Like, can water flow through, like, a mechanism? Mechanisms don't actually block anything, so yes. If that's what you're asking. I'm not entirely certain what you're asking. How do they do in combat? They're very large. They are very large, so quite well, Minas. They're also a bear, so they don't need to graze, meaning they are very easy. Master Spike is training it appears. So they are very easy to keep around as, what do you call it, combat animals, because they don't need to be pastured anywhere specific. Gear assembly, yeah, gear assemblies do not block water. Okay, that's what I need. All right, let me... Need 7 chains. Let's dig down. And put our prison cells 1 layer down in here. Because I think that would be cool. That'd be a cool aesthetic. Always feel so much cooler? Just because of the coloration? Or because you don't see them very often? Also, like, cold forts are almost identical to like, mountain forts. Or, like, the wastelands that have, like, no resources. They're very, very similar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8. These will be my prison cells. We're in an ad, so I gotta pause. No, I understand the joke. I'm just ignoring it. For clarity's sake on that. I understand the joke. I get the joke. I'm just ignoring it. Sometimes the emotes, they hit just right, chat. Right, Diamond? Chat, can I get a round of beers? Let's see how many beers we can get. Wait, I'm waiting. So it reminds you of the Skull Horror series that Krug Smash made back in the... That was a resurrecting biome, though. You were gifted a sub? Yep, you were in fact gifted a sub. Since Lil Jaeger dropped 150 yesterday. You were confused as to why you weren't getting ads? Don't be. Be happy. I mean, Lil Jaeger dropped what? It was 660 subs at the beginning of the month, and then he did 150 yesterday. And then today, Navy decided to just be like, yo, 69 subs, boom, mic drop. I guess I should, actually, I can turn the sub goal back on now. Not that that's much of a goal currently. Also, I totally missed Arch Matuk's resub for 8 months on the topic of subscriptions. Never mind, it literally just popped up. I looked over, I was like, ah, I just missed it. I thought, never mind. Thank you very much for the 8 months. I'm mildly perplexed, so thanks for being happy for me, Sniper. The talk of subs reminded you. Right, check your primes. Anyway, let's keep playing. Yeah, Navy blasting off again, clearly. Did I run out of ropes? Oh, I did. This will be my prison. And just going to put a line underneath this. I mean, that just means you play to our fortress, Venus. Congratulations on acquiring imagination. Lego Prime is currently stuck in truck mode. That's fine. Time for a road trip. I remember, I think actually, because Lump's here, I want to say it was Lump. I could be misremembering, but I'd been streaming Dwarf Fortress for maybe a year or two. Maybe a little longer even. And then randomly Lump pops into my chat and goes, oh my god. And this was like back when Dwarf Fortress was mostly, was like I'll ask you, right? It was like, holy crap, I see the dwarves. Literally had like the Matrix moment. I was like, I get it. Oh my god. I see dwarves. It was like after I'd been streaming for hours. Cute Beanie, thank you very much for lurking. Appreciate you. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs on the topic of gift subs. You guys are crazy. That's all. Okay, now I can clear those. And that's this zone. And then I just need a chair and a table. And 2 more chairs. Okay, 1 more chair. You still need a chest and a cabinet. I'll give you 2 chests and 2 cabinets. I will pretty up these bedrooms later. Hello, Gendrath. Hello, Dwarf. Yeah, you get a custom. If you're playing, you get a custom. If you're watching it, yes and no. Okay, let's see. Do I have enough chains? 7 of 7. I'm excellent. Just need 1 more, but. So you're a semi-wild war bear, which means I'm just gonna let it keep doing its thing for a bit. I'm gonna let them keep training it and hope that we can score ourselves a second one. Still got giant puffins on the map. Let's see how many dwarves still need bedrooms. Not too many. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's just throw a couple more bedrooms down here. Let's also do like this. I can click, I swear. Do little tunnels. Little series of bedrooms in them. Should clear us out. Vermins have arrived as if they ever left. But it's cuddly. There was children playing underneath it not too long ago. It's okay. It's patient. The charisma grabbed you? You know, people have described me many ways, but charismatic is not always one of them. But happy to help. You know, it's funny. It's like you get all sorts of nice things said to you every day when you do this job, but you only remember the one dude who called you an asshole yesterday. Like, it's just, I guess, kind of the way the human brain works, right? Imperfect mess. You can always go read YouTube chat to balance out the compliments. What, to get complaints? The YouTube chat's generally fine. The problem with the YouTube chat to me is it's just really difficult for me to actually physically read it. That's the actual issue that I have with YouTube chat. It's not the content of it generally. I just wish that YouTube was designed to build communities instead of designed to shuffle people around the website to get as much engagement as possible, which makes YouTube a much less interesting and fun platform to build an audience on. You could just say that about YouTube in general. It's funny because, like, I feel like platforms go through different eras where it's just like, oh, well, this platform's good for this period of time, and then this platform gets bad, and then this platform's good for this period of time, and then this platform gets bad, and it kind of rinses and repeats and flips and flops back and forth between. Where it's like, YouTube was pretty good a while ago, and then and right now is really bad. Twitch was pretty bad for a bit, but they've improved it quite a lot. So it's like, I don't know, it's just this constant iterative process of like breaking and unbreaking things. All right. I do actually need to make a tavern because I haven't done that yet. We do have dwarves dancing in the temple, which is pretty cool. Don't generally see, but I really need a tavern. If I install a mist generator, the second somebody dumps a bucket of water into it to start it, it'll just become a brick of ice. Ice generators they just straight up don't work at all. How much wood did I bring on this embark? Like I think 30 logs, but we've dug down to the caverns, so it's already kind of a moot point. What? Oh, I see why. There is no science that needs to be done. I wish people would listen to me when I say that, but there is no more science. There is no science that needs to be done. If a bucket of water is dumped in an ice area, it just brick of ice. It just makes a wall. Like, I guess if a dwarf happens to be standing directly beneath it, yeah, it would kill them, but. Did your message not go through? If you used a Pepe, it's likely it didn't go through because of that. I don't allow those in my chat. I allow that one because it's so generic, but any of the other ones I don't. I don't appreciate the iconography of that character. That only a few months before the person playing got bored and then dropped it because I'll read that in a second. Suited. Dropped it in the number of forts because I've only done your first ever fortress was Mountain Home. Fourth, fifth fort was done. Not your first ever fortress was Mountain Home. If not, my fourth, fifth fort was one. Also, would you consider forts that went only for a few months before the person playing it got bored of it and dropped it a number in the forts they have done? Because if not, my first fortress was a Mountain Home. If not, my fourth, fifth fort was one. I have no idea what you're asking. I need you to translate that. Hello, you just bought Dwarf Fortress after doing no research on the game, and I'm wondering if you know if Adventure Mode will come out. It was a feature before, don't ask you how, and I feel like... Is this a copy pasta? Suited? What's going on? Heavy sarcasm on this one. I mean, I hear that they were able to announce it. Yay! I read like a copy pasta. Yeah, I don't understand what the question is. Dwarves are here to trade. All right. Well, dwarves will trade with you, sure. But I will sell you a lead bracelet, and that is it. I don't want any more migrants. Stop sending me goddamn migrants. Exon Rose running around with her 0-year-old daughter. Oh, there was sarcasm in the middle of that. It just took me a minute of reading to realize it was sarcasm. Venus, you are a doofus. That's all I have to say. Yeah, well, more like lead anklets, maybe. Where are you going out to hunt? Giant puffins from the looks of things. Hi, very dense. I'm blind. Also, you're not very dense. You're a giraffe. Yeah, I don't know what what's saying. I guess if the question from some custodian is like, what do I think counts as a fort? It doesn't matter what I think because you're playing a single player game. Play game, enjoy game. Don't fucking care what other people think or what people say. Also, Devil Dawn lost half their arm. I guess that explains why they're upset. Devil Dawn's a kind of upset dwarf, and I guess it's because they lost half their arm. I will trade for a piece of yarn. Thanks for the trade. That's it. Do you know what's going to happen if you give all of your nobles lead crowns? I don't know if you're aware of this. It's just going to make them really, 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 really strong. Because they'll be wearing a bunch of lead crowns all the time, so it weighs them down, so they'll just build up strength pretty quick. That's all that's going to happen. Diplomacy, yada, yada, yada. Sure, bring us leather. I want headwear, okay? No, I don't want you to eradicate monsters. The handless dwarf? I didn't see them die, so I have no idea. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. They were just dead. Which, oddly enough, is how most of the dwarves died. They were just dead. Sure, could it be a strategy? Would I recommend it? No. Because how do you make them take all the stuff off when they need to run in? You don't. So is that an actual strategy? No. Just because I say it's a thing that you can do doesn't mean it's a good thing that you can do. That's what, 70% alcohol, 20% metal? IEF? Yeah, I mean, you want them, you want soldiers to not be super heavy. But, yeah, if they end up with a lot of lead on them or heavy items on them, it's just going to slow them down until eventually they get strong, and they'll still be slow, but they'll still have a massive agility debuff. Always injured, what's up? Being a good idea to do is not a requirement for implementation. Sure. A black bronze crown? You want to hear freaking dwarves just claimed it? Yeah, well, there you go. Although if you assign it in the nobles screen, it doesn't matter if somebody else claimed it, they'll get it eventually. How are we doing? Let's just assign these. We'll get a clear picture of where we are at. Oh, we're pretty okay. Uh-oh. Lucas is a child and thus needs clothes. What do we have? A decent amount of cloth, actually.
It's not a requirement for implementation.
Let's see what one dwarf has. That's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. Just gonna make 10 of each. There we go. Another thing I need to check is I need to go to here. Labor, standing orders, automatically weave all floret thread. We can turn on automatic web collection again. And then this needs to get dug out. And instead of them continuing to do this, let's forbid all this. Well, actually, let's fly all to here and forbid this for right now. And also I need to go into here and I need to go to labor, standing orders, chores. Quit cleaning, quit refuse hauling, quit burying. Do everything else though, kids. Okay, so now we have this, which is extremely dangerous, but if you're standing next to it. So now I can turn this on. Once these kids are all done playing, they'll head back upstairs. And then the dwarves are going to throw all of the refuse down into the thingy. What? A giant polar bear died? What was that? What the hell happened to you? Who killed my giant polar bear? Well, shit. That's a shame. Must have died of an infection. Pour one out. We'll have to catch another one. Meanwhile, glass half empty is still teaching weaponsmithing. Okay, so something I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to this burrow, and I'm going to search for child. I'm going to remove all of them, and I'm going to add a new burrow, and it's going to be more obvious color. And I'm going to remove everything below here from this burrow. And this burrow is going to be for children. Yeah, so the children can hang out inside, but can't go outside. They can't go too far down. Okay. You know, for a very brief, I'm just gonna talk about this because someone talking about this in the YouTube channel. I've seen a couple other people say this before, but there was a couple people right around launch who were from Brazil who were making Dwarf Fortress content, but they all kind of stopped because they weren't getting enough traffic, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could help with that more, but shame. It's a difficult game to make content for. It's like, I think like the only region aside, like English speakers don't have very many resources for Dwarf Fortress either, but like it's significantly worse if you are, you know, from Brazil or even from Russia. Although there is like a handful of like Russian speaking Dwarf Fortress creators out there. So at least those exist to a point. Still trying to figure out where to put this tavern. Ooh. I did it this way. This one's off right now. If I built something off the side of this, sure, we'll have plenty of Gabbro. Make a tavern that's actually like stone flooring. Connect it to this area here. Give it a multi-layer roof. This is going to be tough on these dwarves to build, but they'll thank themselves once it's done. I'll have to go up one more layer, put a roof on it. Just hoping we can pull that off. You just go straight to English. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like, I know Nautilus Link was doing stuff for a bit. A friend of mine, Squirrely, was doing stuff for a bit. All in Portuguese. But they all stopped pretty quick. They all lasted for... I think Nautilus lasted for like 3 weeks. And Squirrely lasted for like 6 months. But it's like, you know, it's a matter of like, you need the audience to be there to be able to make content for a language. I mean, even until this version came out, I wasn't stable making content for this game, right? You know, I think like some people may have forgotten about that already, but there was a very long period of time there where I was making content for this game with like less than 50 people watching. It's like, just because I'm stable now and able to do it doesn't mean that it was always this way, right? Why are all these dwarves running this way? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. That does make sense. That's the quickest way for them to get up there. Should also put gem windows looking outside to the frozen wastes. So something that I really want to do, I was thinking about this last night, is I want to set a perimeter for this fort. And I think this is pretty much it, right? I'm going to dig around the top of it, and then we're going to start building up. And once we get lava up, which I hope to do by the end of today, my plan is to, for lack of a better term, just build a giant friggin' lava moat, but dig all the way down to rock layers and put a lava moat around this thing. That's what I want to do. And before I do that, I want to have lava cannons up and running, though. So we're... like, goals for this fort is lava moat, lava cannons in ice fort. And as you can see, moods are already tricky, just purely because, like, going outside for these dwarves is such a pain. So we need to... like, building up is going to be difficult in this biome. Oh, it's absolutely possible. It's just gonna be tricky to do due to, like, the inherent difficulty of keeping dwarves' moods stable in cold biomes. Oh man, am I already out of blocks? Also an ads. Ice fort with lava moat. I mean, makes that... it sounds chill? Maybe? Why tricky? Because have you seen how much it's snowing? That's the reason moods are so low right now. Is because this fort has not stopped being a snowstorm since I got here. The problem isn't the putting the lava in the thing, because when you put lava in, even if you just put it into normal ice, it'll suddenly insta become obsidian on the edges. I'm not going to worry about building walls. That's fine. I'll just let it turn into obsidian. That's not a problem. The concern is building the thing. Basically, I have to do it like from underground, I think. I'm gonna have to like tunnel it and then cave it in or something. Moods are the issue. And I'm not gonna use mist generators in this fort. Partially because they generally shouldn't work, and there are areas in the fort where I could put them, but that's just cheesy. It's just cheating at that point. I don't understand YouTube sometimes. We're stuck in an ad for the next 20 seconds. This is a comment that got flagged for being spam. Person says, noticing new music, dope. Followed by, how did I not notice that at first? That's awesome. I'm excited. And it was flagged twice, once for being offensive and once for being spam. What? Anyway, I'll prove that. Non-issue. Strange. No, I'm not gonna use mess generators, just period. Okay, so we... because they don't like paying people to do things. And because they work in the engagement economy. And the engagement economy is inherently hostile to human existence. God, I love how many weaponsmiths we have in this fort. I have a friend who refuses to buy any digital music, period, that is connected to its own store because of Apple Music. Or because of Google Play Music. For the love of all that is Dwarfy. Or at least they're obeying the population cap. I like YouTube Music because it's like a slightly shittier, cheaper Spotify. Spotify already sucks. So because Spotify sucks, I don't actually care that much. It's like, yeah, I'll use slightly worse Spotify. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I can't even remember how I got it. I got like a push notification or something. It's like, Google is getting rid of Google magazines. It's like, Google had magazines? What? Why? Good. That makes sense. You had a couple issues of Wired. Did you pay for them? Yeah, it was very much a no. Anyway. Yeah, that's fair. My Ocean Cat. I use YouTube Music because if it's... my primary music source is this, right? It's physical media. So, like, the vast majority of the music I actually care about, I already own physically. Or I just own FLAC files, right? Or a CD or whatever. So for me, I'm in, I guess, the unique situation where it's like, streaming is an addition to my music. It is not my music, right? So streaming services like YouTube Music are largely irrelevant to me. And I use it to be like, oh, I'm sitting in a restaurant with somebody that I know, and yeah, I would like to show you this song. That's why I use it. That's it. You know, it's like it's purely because it's like I want to look up a song and I want it to be able to appear on my phone, load it up. Here, have headphones, or I'll just play it on my phone. That's what I use streaming music for. So I use YouTube Music because it's included with like YouTube Premium, and I already have YouTube Premium. So it's like, well, it's like added value to a thing I already have. Am I not making Gabbro blocks anymore? Nope, we are. Did I mine up all the... I must have mined out all the Gabbro. Must have happened. Here it is. Let's mine out this. Get more Gabbro. What's the benefit of using ramps instead of stairs? They look more like roofs instead of stairs. Somebody sent me a fortress in the community fortress things that I didn't show because I was genuinely disturbed by it. Because everything in the entire fortress was stairs. Everything was this. And then they were building around those. And while on one hand, I'm sure you could think that that's a really cool design, I never wanted to see that design again, and it scared me so much, like, to the bottom of my soul, that I did not show that fortress in the community forts because it terrifies me. I'm sorry to that person. But, have I found lava yet? I've never seen lava once in my life. Yeah, I found lava. That hurts your brain. Yes. Like, it would be like looking at this if it was 3 levels of fortress, except none of the floors were floors, they were all stairs. It was like dwarves floating in 0 gravity. It was bizarre. I'm like, I can't even look at this. This hurts my brain. I hate all of these stupid fucking bunnies. I'm currently very close to just like, okay, you know, actually, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to hope they, man. You're going to do that now? Have fun. I will never look at your forts. Okay. I'm going to build a place for my animals to graze. For grazing animals. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Trust me, this isn't a video game where I'm here to tell you how or how not to build your fort. As long as your fort doesn't look like racist iconography, I'm sure it's totally fine. However, I will loudly complain if I think it's ugly. That is all. Aside from that, build your forts exactly the way you want. Yeah, that'll work. So don't know where I just ended up. Where the hell am I? Oh, I see, I went up. I also need this here, this here. I mean, this is just gonna get channeled down. Yeah, that'll do. You're getting on a treadmill? Hell yeah! There's zombies chasing you, SRV! Run faster! I need someone to tell me how to build a fort for adventure mode. Build a fort. Take notes of what you did. That's it. And also, don't build fort, build forts. Build little forts, build themed forts. I did a community fort not too long ago. I'm warm. It's actually really cold in here, and I'm warming my hands up. I shit you not. Hold on. I'm gonna go see how cold it is in my plant bot in my closet because I need to make sure my lettuce isn't gonna die. Hold on a second. Fine. It's 19 degrees Celsius in my closet. Anyway, there was I did a community fort that was just a little farm that had 30 dwarves in it, and it was just for farming unicorns. That would be a fort that you could use to acquire mounts. Make a fort that's like on the edge of a volcano that has like 20 dwarves in it. That's just like a copper mine that makes copper armor, right? Like make yourself little levels basically, and build like little clusters of like well, here, this one's just a big tavern that does nothing but farm. Small forts, and maybe even turn off hostiles so they don't immediately get murdered. And then embark into one of those and have it like a starting village, you know? Make a fort, yeah, make a fort for one dwarf, and then like, use DF hacks so you only start with one dwarf. Don't allow any migrants, and then just like, I don't know, then start at that fort with one adventurer, and then you and that one dwarf could go on adventures and like steal artifacts and just make a pile of artifacts. Make a maze and hide a monster in it. I don't know. But the thing that you need to know also about adventure mode is the game generates things for you that are interesting. Assuming they optimize it to a point where they're playable, if I go to the wiki here and look up catacombs, this is a catacomb. This is underneath a human city. If you've played a roguelike before, this might look familiar. Catacombs are underneath every major human city. Catacombs are large maze-like structures underground that are full of weapons, artifacts, and things to fight. The problem is in version 47 adventure mode, because there's about 1,000 humans above these things, they run at like single-digit frames per year. However, assuming they're able to optimize it to the point where these are playable, there's also stuff like that. There's also, you know, the crypts, the tombs, the temples, the other stuff. There's all sorts of stuff to do and explore in adventure mode that isn't necessarily forts that you've built. Also, yes, monstrosities, yes. No, there's also lots of enemies and creatures that you will find on the road that are, let's just say, far too shy to ever attack a fortress. So, you know. But I gotta build an underground farming area. They're also digging out this so that we can get more gabbro. Also need mudstone, which I find kind of difficult to believe. Maybe that's the problem, actually. Got quite a bit of coke. Let's get you. Make more of that. And you make pig iron bars. And we'll get you making steel after that. Yeah, same, like France has a lot of those too. Actually, a lot of major cities in Europe have catacombs that just kind of go and go and go. We don't really have anything like that in Canada because this country's too young. We just have mass graves. I mean, it's not like European cities don't have mass graves. It's not a contest. But yes, also true. And also oof. Love how you can tell the most popular locations. They're all walking up here. Man, I'm so bummed that that bear died. God damn it. What a shame. Nah, ancient Canadian times would be like 200 years ago. Canada's been around longer than 20 years. I didn't mean to, like, intentionally make this the darkest, grossest, saddest, most disgusting discussion about Canadian bullshit that happens, says Chaser, but thanks for ruining my mood. Sorry for the offhanded comments. Exactly, Emilio. All right, so got coal rolling, pig iron rolling. Got 2 pig iron. Start making some steel again. Sure, I'll find more giant polar bears. I don't know what the population is. There might not actually be that many. Do I think there will be a playtest? I have no idea. Go ask. Why don't you just go at KitFox that question? They'll actually have an answer for you. I'm not even gonna guess because I don't know. Some North American cities have underground areas that vaguely like catacombs. No, they're definitely not catacombs though. Catacomb-esque maybe. We need to eat like 2/3 of these puppies. Get rid of all them. Get rid of that reindeer that I don't need. Geld that lamb. And unpause the game. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Like, genuinely, I knew that there was a trailer releasing today, but that's because I guessed. My guess just happened to be right. We're dealing with those puppies. Sure, I don't have any naked children anymore. I had some dwarves that grew up from being babies into children. And yeah, they were running around naked. Fortunately, we've sorted that out mostly now. Okay. Well, that'll increase the meat supply, if nothing else. So it seems like the bear tends to show up when there's traders. It shows up and then tries to steal their stuff when there's traders. So what I should really do is I should move this inside of the fort. That's really what I should do. Nope, don't use those. Use those. And up here, let's see if we can start going across this way. They need a barracks to train. Stormageddon. That's why the barracks exists. If they didn't need a barracks to train, then the barracks wouldn't need to exist. You know, it's funny that people talk about Dwarf Fortress having a slow development cycle when, like, Dwarf Fortress just doesn't do DLC. It's just its patches are like a DLC. And also, it'll probably be more frequent than that. Previously, before like these large development arcs would happen, we'd get content maybe every 4 to 6 months. But it would vary on like what the content actually was. It usually kind of was like, here's a bunch of World Gen stuff that most players won't ever notice. Here's a bunch of Legends mode stuff that a lot of players won't ever notice. Here's some Fortress mode things that are small. Here's a couple Adventure mode things. And then here's a bunch more Legends mode stuff. It's like the gameplay that's like, or the patches that are gameplay meaningful aren't always the most consistent patches. However, updates come, I think, a lot more frequently than people give Dwarf Fortress credit for. I think that slow dev cycle is fine as long as it doesn't damage the development of the game. Okay, so I'm cutting these out, which is knocking this wall down. I will be rebuilding it. Oops. Add this. Add this. Let's knock down all this. to here. But yeah, as far as big gameplay stuff goes, I don't know. I mean, because there kind of really isn't any, what's the word? Well, there isn't really a precedent for this type of development that we're in right now. That's interesting. See the top of a fun tube. Well, this kind of ruined my plans. All right, well, let's get this blocked off. I'm making a place for grazers, and this has just kind of ruined my plans just now, but oh well. Store item in location. Body, maybe? I think we're going to go down to here. To add this to the burrow. Add that to the burrow. Remove that. Remove this. Up this way. Turn it on. And unpause it. So that they get back inside quickly. And if anybody's stuck outside, that's their problem. Yeah, we'll do that. A12 is a miracle team as far as you're concerned. You believe that BDF will one day be bigger than Minecraft? I think that that's a fool's hope, to be honest with you. I don't think Dwarf Fortress will ever be bigger than Minecraft. I don't think that it aspires to be bigger than Minecraft either, so it's kind of a moot point. I think that Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where it's like, there really isn't anything like Dwarf Fortress, but that isn't a bad thing. I think the fact that there isn't anything like Dwarf Fortress is its strength, but the fact that there isn't anything really like Dwarf Fortress, as much as some games claim to be like Dwarf Fortress. Oh, what ruined my plans? Oh, I was trying to dig a very specific pattern, but I found a lake in the middle of it. Travioli. Travoli ravioli. There you go. I was trying to build a particular pattern, but the game decided to just put a lake where I wasn't expecting it. So that's what ruined my plans. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is ever going to be much bigger than it is right now. I mean, it might gain a little bit more notoriety, but I don't think Dwarf Fortress is ever going to be like, you know, the biggest game in the world or anything. I mean, so was ADOM, but how many people remember ADOM? MX, aside from obviously people in this chat, right? I don't think Dwarf Fortress will ever be bigger than RimWorld. Like, DF-like is becoming a genre? No, colony sims are a genre. Because people are intelligent and they, to a degree, and realize that naming a genre directly after a specific type of game is a bad idea. You play ADOM still? I'm sorry. I like ADOM, but jeez. There are better roguelikes these days. Holy shit, everybody's in the weaponsmithing demonstration. Literally, like, every other dwarf is in the weaponsmithing demonstration, including, like, dwarves that aren't even a part of my forts. also a bad naming convention. There should be games that are like Rogue and then run-based games, right? There's only like maybe 2 games that I can think of off the top of my head that are like kind of like Dwarf Fortress. And that would be Dwarf, which nobody's played, and Odd Realm. No, I know what you mean, Wibble. I understand what you're trying to say. It makes sense to me. Yeah, No Moria is dead, though. Hence the was. It doesn't matter if it's dead. If it's dead, it's gone, it's done, it's dusted, it's over, it's peace, it's dead, let it die. Speaking of Let It Die also died. Okay, we can turn that off now. So much potential. Yep. Well, I mean, Innomia exists, but it turns out that No Moria is one of those games where it's like, yeah, it had a lot of potential, but like even the people who played it didn't care enough to actually like continue to develop it because there's an open source variant, which got open source with the blessing from the developers. But like it doesn't matter if like there isn't enough people still around interested in playing it to keep it going. So Innomia exists. It has a Steam page, but nobody plays it, and like nobody is still developing it. Like it is dead. The game is dead. Oh, I mean, to a degree, yeah, it's kind of a shame, but at the same time, I don't know. If a product isn't really, if a product doesn't have a place, just let it die. It's generally the best, even if it sucks. And currently, I'm just really worried about Odd Realm. I hope that game continues to exist. Because this is a game that's almost in a similar spot to No Moria, because the developer's been like posting on his Discord recently going, yo, so like, I do have a lot of savings, which is why I've been able to work on this game for so long, but starting to run out. So, here's hoping. Hopefully history doesn't repeat itself. Making ramps so that I can get up here to knock these ceilings out. Section of caverns collapsed? Really? Okay. Not sure how I managed that, but it did collapse. We are stuck in an ad. I will pause the game. It is. I mean, like, content for Odd Realm is always super cool, Deep Space. The problem is it gets absolutely zero press. Like, I think me and Splattercat are the only YouTube, and sometimes, I guess also Nucrium are the only YouTubers that make videos about it. And that's it. So, if you don't accommodate for new arrivals, why would your fort be destroyed if you did that? There's practically no tutorials for it. There's no tutorials for it because nobody plays it, right? People, like, it's one of those games where people ask me to make content for it all the time, and it's like, why would I make content for a game that literally I would spend more hours working on? There's 15 people that played Odd Realm today at 24-hour peak. If I make a series of 15 tutorials for Odd Realm, they'd probably get 300 views a video, and I would make pennies per video, and it would take me a non-trivial amount of time to make those videos. It's not worth it. It would hurt my YouTube channel and be a waste of time for me, which is why I hope it gets an influx of viewers when 1.0 for it comes out. Same tune. Actually, I'm excited, but I'm also dreading it. For the same reason I was excited for December last year. but also dreading December last year. It's like people keep asking me to make tutorials for Songs of Six too. Songs of Six is a game that I don't know well enough to make tutorials for, but at least that game actually has people playing. The nice thing about Odd Realm, though, is the in-game tutorial is pretty decent. It's decent enough. Yeah, adventure mode. Yay. Hi, Picture Point. How was your stream last night? Sorry if I spooked you. You seemed kind of flustered. Let's do this. Need that floor there, otherwise this is going to cave in again. Okay, so ice might be the most difficult floor type to discern one level from another when you're one level up. Bins are wonderful, but be careful when you build bins. Because while they're extremely valuable and extremely useful, they can also, like, cause some organizational nightmares. I would recommend making bins out of metal, so that when you decide you don't want something to be in a bin anymore, you can remove it by simply melting the bin. So, if you're going to make bins, make them out of metal. That's my biggest advice with bins. I thought that was already deconstructed, but I guess not. You're unconscious, but no physical injuries. Okay, that's fine. Oh, never mind. Whitcode was found dead, badly crushed. We have our first casualty. And it was our mayor. So Lord Uba is the new mayor. Rest in peace to the mayor. Long live the mayor. We also need to make you a tomb. Huh. I kinda, because I think it would be really neat aesthetically, want to build some catacombs this way over here, separated from the rest of the fort. I'm just gonna build some tunnels that just kind of do stuff like this. Maybe even only for noteworthy dwarves. But we've been talking about catacombs, so I'm like, what if I built some catacombs? Man, that's a shame. Hopefully there are no more unfortunate... That's the first unfortunate accident, to be honest. Let's jump back over here because there's one more room I need to assign. Yeah, okay, I did. Lord, sing. What's up, Gator? Because you can't get items out of bins individually once an item is in a bin. So, an example. You have a stockpile. Let's just say it has cloth and leather, right? There's bins full of cloth and leather. Now you decide you want to make a leather stockpile and a cloth stockpile. they cannot remove the leather from the cloth bins and the cloth from the leather bins. So you end up with mixed stockpiles, and this can cause organizational confusion. Then it also complicates trading. So bins are good, but be careful what goes in what bin, because if everything goes into every bin, then you'll have nothing in any bin, I guess. That doesn't even make sense. But like to a degree, that's kind of the issue, essentially. Is like, well, stuff starts to go into bins that shouldn't be in that particular bin. I don't understand why I have to explain that so often. It seems pretty self-explanatory to me because I guess I've been dealing with it for so long. The Amethyst Company has many members in Sunbirths and now requires a grand guild hall. The location must be built and furnished. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Like that is how to correctly use bins. Bins is very useful if it's in a situations that's expecting bins. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but I am, so deal with it. This is the area that needs to increase in value. So this is that particular guild hall. Replace that with windows. We'll start off with that. What's the value of it currently? 3,000 needs to be 10,000. Okay. Yeah, it's like you can remove stuff from bins. It's just very tedious. Basically, it's just bins add a lot of tedium that a lot of players are just like, fuck it, I just don't even want to deal with it. And there's also some old bugs that made like the game unplayable with job cancellations and such that mostly have been patched. I say mostly. Like with anything, it's also a degree of like Stockholm syndrome. So older players who've been playing this game for a really long time, you'll see a lot of them just refusing to use bins, period, even though like a lot of those bugs specifically have been fixed. Like there's also some similar issues with barrels. Like barrels have had problems in the past that have caused like mass job cancels and stuff to break. Does it necessarily mean that they're unusable or bad? No, not really. But people remember stuff like that, right? Oh yeah, they can still pull it out for crafting. It's a player organizational thing. But then there's also the added issue of like seed bags can go into bins and then you can't get any of the seeds out. But they can get the whole bag out, but they can't get the seeds out. But because they don't know to take the bag out when moving seeds, then like everything just breaks. So like there is still some specific situations where like bins can just break the entirety of your fort. And also I think there's still some situations where it's like it doesn't matter if like they can't pull it out for crafting because like they're trying to put it somewhere else. Like, yeah, there are still some niche situations where they can cause problems. Did the latest performance of the game make previously death by lag fortresses playable again? Probably. I don't know. Launch it. I don't know what caused your lag problems previously, so I don't know. Launch your old fortress and try it out. Basically, if you have an everything stockpile that has the vast majority of the stuff in it, you absolutely, under no circumstances, should put a, what's the word? Bins in that stockpile. Like, I had an everything stockpile in the middle here for a bit. You do not want bins in an everything stockpile. Basically, I remove bins from stockpiles by default and then add them in as needed, where they're needed. Child, I need you to move so that I can build this. Also, we have no drinks. Also, if you have an everything stockpile, don't put refuse into it because the refuse will the refuse stockpile will make everything degrade at 10 times the speed. It might even be higher than that. Also, I would also just say you should never make everything stockpiles. Like, this is just word of advice from somebody who plays too much of this game. Don't ever make anything stockpiles for any reason ever. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. All right. Let's make some silver floors. No. Oh, red. If you click the refuse button when assigning a stockpile, they'll all degrade. So if I go to a random stockpile, where's one? Where's the stockpile? There's the stockpile. If I go to this stockpile and go add refuse and click all of this, then everything starts degrading. If workshops get the cluttered icon beneath them, it means they work at half speed, regardless of the skill of the dwarf. That's a reason to empty out workshops. No, fair enough. I'm just babbling. Out of statues, what else could I do? So I need to go over here again. Oops. Oh yeah, I would use bins for a block stockpile. That's like the main use for bins, period, is block stockpiles. But also, I would just advise, if you make bins, period, make them out of metal so that if you end up with a bin in a stockpile you don't want, it's very easy to just melt them down. Yeah, block stockpile is like the #1 use for bins. Oops, no, I just wanted to do this way. There we go. Wit code gets moved out to the outer catacombs. If you make an individual one, no. That's why it's if you click the button that makes it a refuse only stockpile, everything slowly degrades. We had our first unfortunate accident and a dwarf died. We also got mauled by a polar bear that then died, unfortunately, which I'm very sad about. A spinner has been taken by a Fey Mood. Nimlark. Novice weaponsmith, which means you'll probably go make a weapon artifact. Looks like it. You are covered in snow, dwarf. Calling pig iron bars. You making me a pig iron artifact, are we? We'll see you later, Andre. Giant puffin leather. Cool. I'm not going to use the artifact weapons in military, so I don't actually care too much what material they make them out of. Also, I know for a fact that we have no steel at this exact moment, so. Oh, am I out of lemon? Yeah, that's what I'm going to work on. I think if you want to know the limits of chaotic gameplay of adventure mode, just go look at the wiki a bit and start searching for things. Don't ask me those questions. I'm not going to sit here and just, like, discuss all of the gnarly things you can do in that game. There's plenty of gnarly things you can do in that game. I'm not that kind of player. Just go look at the wiki if you care so much about such things. Responding to a YouTube comment. Just note that you can become a vampire or a necromancer. Do with that knowledge what you will. I love how full of children this office is. Are you just meeting with all of the... Okay, so you have a bunch of kids, first and foremost. But are they all, like, complaining at somebody in charge? Why are they all in the manager's office? Like, I should just make a bunch of toys. Yeah, or you could just go play adventure mode. Like, adventure mode allows you to be a horrible person. Yes. Am I going to sit here and be like, this is all of the maniacally awful things you can do? No, because I'm not that kind of person. I'm just not going to do that. Yeah, what Salty said, weapons for decoration are just as valid as weapons for war. Thank you! Somebody else agrees. Also, you're working furiously. You've gathered pig iron, giant puffin leather, and single cut ruby. And I'm going to, because I'm assuming I have an extra one? Guess not. I'm going to move this pedestal over to here. We'll just do it that way. Easier than making more pedestals. I think if you need to ask about the limits of chaotic gameplay, you need to touch grass. Mm-hmm. You would have, Space Dogs. Well, thank you, Disco Waffles. I'm glad that there are still people with heart out there. Instead of people just getting off on their violence fetishes in video games. Although, that being said, Violence Fetish by Disturbed is a very good song. Well, that must have showed him, Disco. What is it with these types of games and drawing out these questions? The thing is, it's like, it's not these types of games and drawing out these types of questions. These types, role-playing games allow you to be a horrible person, right? That's the point of a role-playing game. The role-playing games let you do what you, the player, want to do. A good example of this is Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate lets you be a really bad person, right? So does games like Neverwinter Nights, that RPG. Like, I remember killing the first quest giver in that game and completely bricking my save file. Why? Because I was curious if I could. Then there are people that are then naturally attracted to it because they love the idea of walking around and being a murder hobo. Adventure mode is a mode that in a video game that lets you kill literally every single living entity in the world if you wanted to. It would take a very long time, but you could do it. So the limits of chaotic gameplay. Fucking go look it up on the wiki. I don't want to talk about it because it makes me feel icky. I'd rather talk about the cool things you could do in the game that are actually interesting. You want to go be a necromancer and just like do nothing but murder and res undead elephants? Yeah, you could do that. Why does it need to be the focus of conversation? All right. I was going to do a thing, and I completely forgot what it was. I'm putting a item on this pedestal. It was the item that this dwarf makes. Right, okay. How do ghosts work in adventure mode? Good question. I've never seen a ghost in adventure mode. I don't know. Mudstone. Like, genuinely, I've never seen a ghost in adventure mode. That is also true. Being evil is mildly entertaining from a player's perspective. I completely agree. Talking about being evil from a streamer's perspective is exhausting. Does that make any sense? We have a second mace artifact. This is an iron mace, meaning we now have a second legendary dwarf for crafting. I feel like role-playing evil is fun more than once. constantly talking about your masturbatory obsessions with all of the maniacal things that you can do to living characters in a video game is exhausting. If you want to ask me what are the sorts of things you can do in adventure mode, I'll absolutely mention the evil things that you can do. If you say, what are the horrible things? Like, I played like 80 hours of Skyrim, right? I don't think that game's very good, but it was one of the only games I had at the time. The only thing that I did that I actually found fun in that game was joining the Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood and then becoming a vampire and eating a bunch of people. Realistically, I didn't like that game very much. I didn't think that game was very good. But that was the only thing that I found genuinely compelling in that game was being an evil character. How often do I talk about it? Usually when I talk about Skyrim, I talk about how the bugs annoyed me. I don't obsess over the fact that all I did was be an evil character in that game. I like being evil characters in video games. I do it quite frequently. I mean, you guys have seen the fortresses that I've built where everything slowly falls apart, but when people ask me, like, what can you do in Dwarf Fortress? The first thing I say isn't, well, you can get a book of necromancy and drown the entire population of your fortress and make a bunch of zombies. That's not the first thing I say. Well, it's a game about simulating the life of dwarves. Right? They're the best writing, that's for sure, Ordith. You only found spiders. My older sister modded the spiders to be teddy bears. That's okay, there's more than dozens of us, Knast. $40 minutes, 2.13 miles. Watching the stream made you feel like 5 minutes. Hell yeah. Happy to help, Servi. Just remember, there's zombies chasing you. Keep running. Or maybe do it tomorrow. I disagree, actually, with that. I think in Dwarf Fortress, being an evil character can be very compelling. In Fortress mode. In Adventure mode, being an evil character is the boring, easy way to play the game. The interesting way for me to play Adventure mode is I'm going to be a poet who has absolutely no combat skill, who has a couple of friendly companions that do have combat skill, and my goal is to learn as many poems as possible without dying, because that is a more interesting, compelling gameplay challenge to me as a player than being a vampiric murder hobo. You know, fun fact, I've never played a Fable game. I've never actually played a Fable game. I've seen screenshots of Fable. I watched a bit of Fable 3 at a friend's house while his older brother played, but I've never actually played a Fable game. Because Fable was very much like a console thing and came to PC later, and I never played it. Yeah, okay, I have listened to the Fable soundtrack. I've listened to the soundtrack for Fable. Anyway, sorry. Nimlark, the spinner, has created Mostod Fokan, a pig iron mace, and offers it to the frosty beards. Stay frosty, bearded dwarfs. This is a iron mace. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant puffin leather and encircled with bands of pig iron. This object menaces with spikes a rubicile and could bonk a goblin's head so far you don't even see where it sailed off to. That's gonna go down into here, and I don't know where that voice came from. You got super strong with a bow than most evil, and then went and killed zombies for hours, and then got good karma for being super strong for a sword and being the most good in Fable. Seems logical. Devilish Potato, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around. I dug down to the caverns and I'm chopping down mushroom trees. This is my current wood stockpile. But as far as fuel, I'm actually primarily using bituminous coal because there's quite a bit of coal underneath, on the same level as most of the iron. So I'm just using coal right now. But we're going to use lava once I pump it up here. Hopefully I don't melt the whole fort in the process. Stream's been all right. No real complaints. Although I'm sure I can always find something to complain about. But sell a truck? You mean role play, cosplay as a contractor? That's all that those are, is they're contractor cosplay pitches. Go outside and pretend that you're actually a man, because you're instead just a tiny little child that insists on driving a vehicle so big it's the size of a goddamn fucking tank from World War II. The mudstone is what I need. I also need to start building cabinets so that we can get this clothing put away, which I have been building, by the way. Just need to start placing them.
Oh hey, it's the thing that says another month has gone
God,
by.
the notifications are so delayed today. Holy shit. But good day to you too, SRV. Good day. And I'm happy to assist with your running. That was very late. Yeah, they've been late all day. I don't know what's up with it. I think that Streamlabs is having some problems because I think Streamlabs is having some problems because Twitch just turned on their Streamlabs integration for Twitch notifications. So ever since they did that, Streamlabs has been behind. Also, kind of a side note, but semi-related to streamer notification services, you may want to look into the owners of Stream Elements if you happen to use Stream Elements. Because let's just say that they really like genocide. Let's do this. Also, weird cryptocurrency things. They've suddenly entered their villain arc, shall we say. What's the reasoning behind it? It looks cool. That's the reasoning behind literally all of my design, is it looks cool. No logic outside of that. If it look cool, I build. If it don't look cool, I don't build. There's a lot of people recently that I've seen dropping stream elements. No, I will be giving them a chest next. I do, because items go into chests, so like crafts, crowns, rings, bracelets, that sort of stuff. And used clothing goes into cabinets. So I give them cabinets first because I usually start giving them clothing first. And then I give them chests second. So it's cabinets first, chests second. This is a very unbuilt fort. Do not take this fort as representative of final product. Final product not finished for yet some time still. Surprise Russian. I don't know where that came from. I'm just falling into all kinds of accents today. Wonder if I accidentally double dosed my meds. I don't think I did. Pausing the game for 2 minutes because we're in an ad break. Change out lower quality furniture for masterwork? I do not give a shit about that. No. I will make sure that dwarves have masterwork clothing, or generally will produce enough clothing to the point where dwarves are getting masterwork clothing, but I do not care about furniture quality, no. Do dwarves need more than one? If they need more than one, thems be some very greedy dwarves. Because 120, I think it's like 156 clothing items can fit in a cabinet. So I started to answer your question. I do not swap out quality furniture, no. I will sometimes like swap out different material types to make things match, but that's it. I don't care about actual furniture quality because frankly, there's certain levels of micromanagement in this game that are completely redundant. And to me, that's one of them. Nobles need higher quality furniture if you want to clear their value faster. I'd rather just put more items in the rooms. I legitimately saw a dwarf carrying about 80 craft items once between rings, bracelets, stuff. Also, if I'm talking and an ad cuts it off, just ask the question again. Just be like, sorry, ad cut that off. I will repeat it. Because still, even though I'm supposed to get notified when ads are going to happen, I still don't get notified. So I don't have any notice. It's just suddenly ad. It's like, oh, cool. They're as annoying